I've lived in the Pacific Northwest my entire life, so I'm no stranger to the way the woods can play tricks on your mind. When you spend enough time under a canopy of Douglas firs so thick they blot out the noon sun, you learn to expect the silence. You learn to expect the way the fog clings to the ferns like a wet shroud. But what happened 3 years ago near the Cougar Mountain trailhead wasn't a trick of the light, and it wasn't my imagination getting the better of me. I'm 34 years old, I've worked in land surveying for a decade, and I know how to read a topographic map better than I know my own reflection. I'm not the kind of person who gets lost, and I'm certainly not the kind of person who believes in ghost stories, or at least I was. It was a Tuesday in late October. The air had that sharp, metallic bite to it that happens right before the season truly turns. I had decided to take a solo hike on a trail I'd walked at least 50 times before, the Big Tree Ridge Path. It's a reliable, well-marked loop. I had my pack, my boots were broken in, and I told my wife I'd be back by 5 for dinner. Everything was routine. Everything was grounded in the boring, comfortable logistics of a weekday afternoon. I remember checking my watch at 2:15 p.m. as I passed a massive, lightning-scarred cedar that I always used as a landmark. I was making good time. But about 10 minutes past that cedar, I saw it. To the left of the main trail, where there should have been nothing but a dense, impenetrable wall of blackberry brambles and rotting deadfall, there was a path. It wasn't just a deer trail or a faint thinning of the brush. It was a narrow, perfectly maintained corridor of dirt, carved into the hillside as if it had been there for a century. It looked intentional. The dirt was packed dark and smooth, free of the pine needles and fallen leaves that cluttered every other inch of the forest floor. I stopped dead in my tracks. I pulled out my GPS, thinking maybe I'd drifted off the main vein, but the screen just pulsed with a steady blue dot right on the Big Tree line. According to the map, I was standing next to a solid green block of wilderness. I should have kept walking. Every instinct I've developed from years of professional surveying told me that an undocumented trail in a state park is a red flag. It usually means an illegal campsite or a dangerous shortcut that leads to a cliff face. But there was something about the way the light hit that path. The sun was angled just right, illuminating the entrance like a hallway in a house. It looked inviting. That was my first mistake. I told myself I'd just walk 50 yards in, see where it hooked back to the main loop, and then keep going. I stepped off the gravel of the Big Tree Ridge and onto that smooth, dark dirt. The moment both my boots left the established trail, the atmosphere shifted. It wasn't a loud change, it was the opposite. It was as if someone had suddenly pressed a heavy pillow against both of my ears. The distant hum of the highway, which usually drones on in the background of that park, vanished instantly. Even the wind, which had been rattling the dry maple leaves just moments before, died down to a dead, stagnant calm. I stood there frozen, waiting for a bird to chirp or a squirrel to rustle in the undergrowth. Nothing. The silence was so absolute it felt heavy, like it had physical weight. I took another 10 steps. The path wound deeper into a stand of old-growth trees that seemed far too large for this section of the mountain. I looked back over my shoulder and my heart gave a strange, fluttering thump. The main trail, the one I'd been on my whole life, was gone. I don't mean it was obscured by trees. I mean the opening I had just walked through was simply no longer there. In its place was a wall of ancient, gray-barked trunks, packed so tightly together that not even a child could have squeezed between them. I told myself I'd just turned a corner I hadn't noticed. I told myself the perspective was just wonky because of the incline. "You're fine, Elias," I whispered. My voice sounded flat, the sound falling to the ground the moment it left my lips, swallowed by the moss. I decided then that the hike was over. I didn't care about the path anymore. I turned around to walk back the way I'd come, but the path behind me didn't lead to the trailhead. It led deeper into a forest I didn't recognize, under a sky that was rapidly turning a bruised, sickly shade of purple. I checked my watch again. 2:18 p.m. Only 3 minutes had passed since I saw the lightning-scarred cedar, But when I looked up at the sun, it wasn't at a mid-afternoon tilt anymore. It was hovering just above the horizon, bloated and orange, casting shadows that were way too long and stretched in directions that didn't make sense. The shadows weren't pointing away from the sun. They were all leaning toward the path, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. I started to walk faster. I wasn't running yet. Running is how you trip and break an ankle, and I was still trying to be the rational professional. I told myself that I'd just hit a pocket. Hikers talk about them sometimes, microclimates where the fog or the geography messes with your senses. I just needed to find a high point, get a visual on the valley, and head down. But as I moved, the path began to change. The smooth dirt was gone, replaced by a surface that felt like cold, damp stone, though it looked like wood. And then I saw the first detail that shattered my ability to stay calm. Set into the side of a massive hemlock tree, about eye level, was a brass light switch. It was a standard residential toggle switch, the kind you'd find in a 1950s kitchen. It was screwed directly into the bark. There were no wires, no conduit, nothing. Just a piece of household hardware embedded in a living tree in the middle of a forest that shouldn't exist. I stared at it, my brain stalling out as it tried to reconcile the image. It was so mundane, so domestic, and yet in this context, it was the most horrifying thing I had ever seen. I reached out, my finger trembling, and I flipped the switch down. Deep beneath my feet, miles under the roots and the rock, I heard a heavy mechanical thud asterisk. It was the sound of a massive circuit breaker closing. And then the forest went completely black. The sun didn't set, it didn't fade. It just went out like a bulb being unscrewed. I pulled my phone out to use the flashlight, my hands shaking so hard I almost dropped it. When the beam cut through the dark, I gasped. The trees were gone. In the 3 seconds of darkness, the forest had vanished. I was still on the path, but now the path was a narrow strip of dirt cutting through a field of tall, white grass that went on forever in every direction. The air was gone, replaced by a stale, recycled smell, like the air in a basement that hasn't been opened in years. I turned the light to the left, then the right. There was nothing but the white grass. Then I swung the light back toward the path in front of me. Standing about 20 yards away was a man. He was wearing the exact same outfit I was, the same hiking boots, the same cargo pants, the same blue windbreaker. He was standing with his back to me, perfectly still. "Hey," I shouted. My voice felt like it was being choked out of my throat. "Hey, do you know where we are?" The man didn't move. He didn't turn around, but I watched as his head began to tilt. It didn't just lean, it rotated slowly, past the shoulder, past the point where a human neck should stop. He kept turning his head until he was looking directly at me over his own spine. He didn't have a face. It wasn't that he was wearing a mask or that he was blurry. It was just smooth, pale skin where eyes and a mouth should be, stretched tight like parchment over a skull. He didn't speak, but a sound started to rise from the ground around him. It was a low, rhythmic pulsing like a heartbeat amplified through a subwoofer. Thump, 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 thump. With every pulse, the man took a step toward me. He didn't lift his feet. He slid, his boots hissing against the dirt of the path that shouldn't exist. My survival instinct, the one that bypasses the brain and goes straight to the muscles, finally took over. I didn't think about the map. I didn't think about the switch. I turned and I bolted into the white grass, away from the path, away from the thing that looked like me. As I ran, the grass whipped against my legs. It didn't feel like grass. It felt like cold, wet fingers brushing against my skin, trying to catch the hem of my pants. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I just kept the flashlight pointed forward, but the beam was getting weaker. The light was being sucked out of the air. I ran until my lungs felt like they were filled with crushed glass. I ran until the white grass gave way to something else, something hard and flat. I tripped, falling hard onto a surface that scraped my palms raw. I scrambled to my feet and shone the dying light on the ground. I was standing on asphalt. I looked up. I was in the middle of a road, a real road. I could see the yellow dashed line running down the center. About a quarter mile away, I saw the glowing neon sign of a gas station, a chevron I recognized from the town near the trailhead. I didn't wait. I ran toward the lights, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I burst into the gas station, gasping for air, clutching the counter. The teenager working behind the register looked up from his phone, startled. "Whoa, man, you okay? You look like you fell in a river," he said. I looked down at myself. I was covered in a fine white powder, the pollen from the white grass. My clothes were damp, and I smelled like that stale basement air. I got lost on the big tree trail, I wheezed. I found a path, a new path. The kid's face went pale. He didn't ask me what I saw. He didn't ask if I was hurt. He just reached under the counter and pulled out a logbook. "Was it the one with the dark dirt?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "The one that looks like it's been vacuumed?" I nodded, unable to speak. He sighed, a heavy, tired sound, and made a mark in the book. "You're the third one this month. You're the only one who came back tonight." I stayed in the gas station until the sun actually came up, the real sun, the one that warms your skin. I drove home in a daze, and when I walked through the front door, my wife hugged me and cried. She told me I'd been missing for 3 days. To me, it had been 40 minutes. I don't go hiking anymore. I sold my gear and I took a desk job in the city. But sometimes when I'm lying in bed and the house is quiet, I hear it. Deep beneath the floorboards, miles under the foundation of my home, I hear that heavy, mechanical asterisk thud. And I know, somewhere out there in the dark, that switch is still flipped down, and the thing with my face is still walking the path that shouldn't exist. The sound of the circuit breaker didn't just stay in my nightmares. It began to colonize my waking life. For the first few months after I returned, I tried to convince myself it was a localized auditory hallucination, a lingering symptom of the fugue state the doctors at the hospital suggested I had experienced. They used words like asterisk dissociative amnesia asterisk and asterisk hypothermia-induced delirium. They pointed to the white powder on my clothes and called it a rare fungal spore common to certain unmapped caves in the Cougar Mountain area. They had an explanation for everything except the 3 days of my life that had been compressed into 40 minutes of terror. My wife, Sarah, tried to be supportive, but I could see the hairline fractures forming in our marriage. She looked at me not as the man she'd known for a decade, but as a puzzle with pieces missing. Or worse, pieces that had been replaced by something jagged and wrong. I couldn't tell her about the light switch. I couldn't tell her about the man who wore my skin but lacked my face. How do you explain to the person you love that you suspect the universe has a basement, and you accidentally found the stairs? I took the desk job at a civil engineering firm in downtown Seattle, thinking the glass and steel of the city would act as a shield. I wanted to be surrounded by things that were calculated, permitted, and blueprinted. I traded my surveying transit for a CAD station, spending my days staring at digital lines that stayed exactly where I put them. But the city has its own kind of silence and its own kind of shadows. It started in late November during a particularly brutal rainstorm. I was working late, the only one left on the 14th floor. The hum of the HVAC system was a comfort, a reminder of human machinery. I was scrolling through a site plan for a new subdivision when the monitor flickered. A single, sharp pop echoed in the quiet office. I froze, my mouse hand trembling. I looked toward the break room. The light was off, but as I watched, the shadow beneath the door began to stretch. It didn't crawl across the carpet like a normal shadow cast by a moving light source. It surged, reaching out toward my cubicle in a straight, purposeful line like dark ink being poured into a groove. And then I heard it, a faint, rhythmic hissing. SSS hiss, SSS hiss. It was the sound of boots sliding across a floor. Not the carpet of the office, but the dry, packed dirt of the path. I didn't pack my bag. I didn't even turn off my computer. I grabbed my keys and bolted for the elevators. As the doors slid shut, I caught a glimpse of the hallway. The motion sensor lights were clicking off one by one, trailing behind something I couldn't quite see, as if a hand was reaching out and flipping every switch it passed. I drove home in a trance, the windshield wipers struggling to keep up with the deluge. When I pulled into my driveway, I saw the lights were on in the living room. Sarah was there. I felt a momentary surge of relief until I noticed the front door was standing wide open. The rain was blowing into the entryway, soaking the hardwood. "Sarah," I yelled, sprinting toward the house. I found her in the kitchen. She was standing perfectly still, staring at the wall above the stove. She didn't turn when I entered. She didn't even blink. "Elias," she said, her voice sounding thin, like it was being broadcast from a long distance. "Why did we put a switch here?" I followed her gaze. There, nestled between the spice rack and the microwave, was a brass light switch. It was identical to the one in the hemlock tree. The screws were slightly rusted, and the toggle was in the up position. "Don't touch it," I whispered, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Sarah, get away from it now." She turned to look at me then, and for a second, I saw a flash of that same smooth, featureless skin beneath her eyes. It was a trick of the light. It had to be. But the way she looked at me was devoid of any recognition. "It's been making a noise," she said. "A heartbeat, can't you hear it?" I grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the door. We didn't stay in the house that night. I checked us into a motel 630 miles away, lying awake with a chair jammed under the door handle while Sarah slept a heavy, unnatural sleep. Every time the refrigerator in the room cycled on, I jumped, expecting the world to drop away into that field of white grass. The next morning, I did something I promised myself I'd never do. I went back to the Chevron station near Cougar Mountain. The kid from that night wasn't there. Instead, there was an older man, his skin the color of cured leather and his eyes clouded with cataracts. He was sitting on a milk crate behind the counter, smoking a hand-rolled cigarette despite the no-smoking signs. "I'm looking for the logbook," I said, leaning over the counter. "The one the kid had, the one about the path." The old man didn't look up. He just blew a plume of gray smoke toward the ceiling. "The boy's gone. Walked out into the trees 2 weeks ago. Left his phone, his wallet, even his shoes right there by the pump." "The path," I persisted, my voice cracking. "What is it? Why is it following me?" He finally looked at me, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the November air. "It ain't following you, son. You're just leaking. When you step onto the black ribbon, you don't just walk on it. You bring a bit of it back in your lungs. You're like a hole in a dam. Pretty soon, the whole world starts to seep through." "How do I stop it?" "You don't," he said, returning his gaze to the window. "You just try to find a place where the dirt is still honest. But once you've seen the switches, you're part of the grid, and the grid always wants its power back." I left the station and drove. I didn't go home. I couldn't go back to the house with the brass switch in the kitchen. I drove until I hit the coast, ending up in a small fishing village where the salt air was thick enough to choke out the smell of stale basements. I found a cabin for rent, a dilapidated shack built on stilts over the tide flats. No trees for miles, just gray water and gray sand. Sarah joined me a week later. She didn't ask why we were living in a shack. She didn't ask about our things or my job. She walked through the door with a suitcase full of clothes she didn't remember packing and a look of permanent exhaustion. We lived in silence for a month, listening to the waves. I began to think maybe the salt was the key. Maybe the ocean was too vast, too chaotic for the path to take root. But then, the white powder started appearing in the bedsheets. At first, I thought it was sand, but when I rubbed it between my fingers, it was too fine, too soft. It felt like ash. And then there were the dreams. I wasn't just running through the white grass anymore. I was standing in a room. It was a perfectly normal living room, except it had no doors and no windows. The walls were made of living bark and the floor was dark, packed dirt. In the center of the room was a television. It was playing a loop of my own life. The hike, the lightning-scarred cedar, the moment I stepped off the trail. Every time the video reached the point where I flipped the switch, the room would shake with that massive asterisk thud, and the man with my face would appear in the corner. He was getting closer. In the first dream, he was across the room. By the end of December, he was standing at the foot of the bed. One night, I woke up to find Sarah sitting on the edge of the mattress. The cabin was pitch black, save for the pale, bioluminescent glow of the tide outside. "Elias," she whispered, "there's a door under the rug." "There's no door, Sarah. It's a pier cabin. It's just pilings and water." "No," she said, her voice flat. "It's a door and it's open." I turned on my flashlight. She was right. The heavy wool rug we'd bought in town had been pushed aside. In the center of the floorboards, a rectangular section of wood had been cut away with surgical precision. But instead of the dark water of the bay below, there was dirt. Smooth, dark, vacuumed dirt. And a set of stairs leading down. I didn't run this time. I couldn't. The exhaustion had finally reached my marrow. I stood up and walked to the hole in the floor. The air rising from it didn't smell like salt or rot. It smelled like that 1950s kitchen, lilac floor, wax, and ozone. "I have to go down," I said. It wasn't a choice. It was a realization. Like a surveyor finding a monument he'd been searching for all day. "I know," Sarah said. She wasn't crying. She looked relieved. I took the flashlight and stepped onto the first stair. It was made of brass. As my weight hit it, a light clicked on somewhere deep below. It wasn't a bulb, it was the sky. The bruised, purple sky of the forest that shouldn't exist stretched out beneath my house like a subterranean heaven. I descended for what felt like hours. The stairs eventually gave way to a hallway. The walls were lined with thousands of brass switches, all of them in the down position. As I walked, I could hear the heartbeat, asterisk thump thump, thump thump asterisk, vibrating through the soles of my feet. The hallway opened up into a clearing. It was the same clearing where I'd seen the man who looked like me, but he wasn't alone now. There were dozens of them. Men in blue windbreakers, women in hiking gear, children in bright yellow raincoats. They were all standing with their backs to me, their heads tilted at that impossible, spinal-snapping angle. In the center of the clearing stood a massive, lightning-scarred cedar. But it wasn't a tree. Not really. It was a pillar of wires and glass, shaped like a tree, pulsed with a sickening orange light. I walked toward it, my boots hissing against the dirt. I felt a strange sense of homecoming. The fear was gone, replaced by a cold, mechanical clarity. I reached the trunk of the wire tree and found the master switch. It was huge, a heavy iron lever that looked like it belonged in a Victorian powerhouse. I looked back at the crowd of faceless people. They were all turning now, sliding toward me in unison. Their smooth heads tilted upward, as if waiting for a command. "Who are you?" I shouted. The sound didn't come from their mouths. It came from the ground, 1,000 voices vibrating through the dirt. "We are the ones who took the path. We are the ones who wanted to see what was behind the curtain." "I want to go back," I said, though I knew it was a lie. "You can't go back, Elias," the ground hummed, "but you can finish the circuit." I looked at the lever. If I pulled it, what would happen? Would the sun come back? Or would the world above finally collapse into the basement? I thought of Sarah, sitting alone in a shack over a hole that shouldn't exist. I thought of the kid at the gas station and the 3 days I'd lost. I reached for the lever, but before my hand could close around the cold iron, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned. It was the man in the blue windbreaker. He was standing right in front of me. Up close, I could see that his skin wasn't just smooth, it was translucent. I could see the gears and the wires moving beneath the surface of his face. He reached up, his fingers cold as ice, and touched my cheek. "Not yet," he whispered. This time the voice was my own, exactly my own. "You have to lead them first." He handed me a topographic map. I unfolded it. It wasn't a map of Cougar Mountain. It was a map of my own neighborhood, my own street, my own house. and running through the center of it, carved in blood-red ink, was a new path. A path that led from my front door through the park and straight into the heart of the city. "They're waiting for the surveyor," the thing said. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in the back of my neck. I reached up and felt something hard and metallic protruding from my skin. A toggle. I woke up on the floor of the cabin. The sun was streaming through the windows and the smell of salt was back. The hole in the floor was gone. Sarah was in the kitchen, humming a tune I didn't recognize as she made coffee. "You had a nightmare," she said, smiling at me. It was a beautiful smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. Her eyes were different now. They were wider, the pupils perfectly circular, like camera lenses. "Yeah," I said, standing up. My joints felt stiff, mechanical. A nightmare. I walked to the window and looked out at the beach. The tide was out, and the sand was gray and wet. But there, cutting through the middle of the tide flats, was a narrow, perfectly maintained corridor of dark, packed dirt. It led straight toward the horizon, where the sky was already beginning to turn a bruised, sickly shade of purple. I didn't feel afraid anymore. I felt a sense of duty. I went to the closet and pulled out my surveying gear. I checked my transit, my levels, and my stakes. "I have to go to work," I told Sarah. "I know," she said. "The neighbors were asking about the new trail. They said it looks inviting." I walked out of the cabin and onto the dark dirt. As I moved, I felt the switch at the base of my skull click into the down position. The sound of the ocean vanished. The wind died. I started to walk, and behind me, I heard the rhythmic asterisk hiss slide of 100 pairs of boots following in my wake. We had a lot of work to do. The grid was expanding, and the world needed to be remapped, one switch at a time. The transition from man to surveyor was not a sudden snap, but a slow, grinding calibration. As I stepped onto the dark dirt of the tide flats, the world of salt and screaming gulls began to recede, replaced by the high-frequency hum of the grid. My vision didn't just blur, it re-rendered. The horizon line became a glowing green vector, and the silhouettes of the distant coastal trees resolved into a series of jagged, mathematical probabilities. I could see the ley lines now, thin, translucent ribbons of static that connected the cabin to the pier, and the pier to the road, and the road to the dark, pulsing heart of the forest miles away. Sarah stood on the porch of the shack. She didn't wave goodbye. She just watched with those wide, aperture-like eyes, her hands folded neatly over her apron. She looked like a photograph of a wife, a still life captured in a moment of perfect, terrifying domesticity. I knew that if I went back and touched her skin, it would feel like polished limestone. "The grade is off," I whispered to the empty air. My voice didn't sound like mine anymore. It had the hollow, resonant quality of a recording played through a heavy wooden cabinet. I set up my tripod on the edge of the dark dirt. The legs of the device hissed as they sank into the soil, finding purchase in a depth that shouldn't have existed. Through the lens of the transit, I didn't see the Pacific Ocean. I saw the hallway of brass switches. It was overlaid onto the physical world like a transparency, a blueprint of the basement rising to meet the surface. Behind me, the sound of the boots grew louder. The followers had emerged from the shadow of the cabin, the hikers, the children in yellow, the man in the blue windbreaker. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. Their purpose was written into the very rhythm of their movements. They were the laborers of the new geography, the ones who would dig the trenches for the wires that weren't wires and plant the trees that weren't trees. "Stake it out," I commanded. The man in the blue windbreaker stepped forward. He held a bundle of wooden stakes, but they weren't made of pine or cedar. They were white, porous, and tipped with a metallic sheen. He began to hammer them into the sand, following the red line only I could see. With every strike of his mallet, the earth didn't thud. It echoed with that familiar, heavy mechanical asterisk click asterisk. We moved with a terrifying efficiency. By noon, the path had been extended 300 yards into what should have been the surf, but the water didn't touch the dirt. The waves rolled toward us and simply diverted. They hit an invisible barrier, a seam in the reality of the coastline, and flowed around the dark corridor as if it were a solid glass tunnel. As I adjusted the transit, I felt a vibration in the toggle at the base of my skull. It was a signal, a data burst of pure intent. The grid wasn't satisfied with the coast. The coast was a fringe, a decorative edge. The grid wanted the density of the city. It wanted the places where the most switches were already clustered, the apartment complexes, the office towers, the sprawling subterranean parking garages. I looked at the map again. The red ink was spreading, bleeding into the intersections of downtown Seattle. I saw the firm where I had worked. I saw the cubicle where I had sat. There was a node there, a focal point of energy that needed to be tapped. "We're moving inland," I said. The followers turned as one. Their movements were fluid, a choreographed wave of nylon and denim. We began to walk back toward the road, leaving the cabin behind. I didn't look back at Sarah. I knew she would be gone by the time the sun hit its zenith, folded back into the architecture of the house like a tuck in a garment. The walk back to the city was a blur of shifting perspectives. To any observer on the highway, we must have looked like a group of eccentric hikers, a tour group lost in the coastal fog. But to us, the highway was a ghost. We walked through the asphalt, our boots finding the solid, dark dirt that lay beneath the illusion of the road. We passed cars that seemed to move in slow motion, their engines sounding like the droning of distant insects. The people inside were mere shadows, flickering ghosts in a world that was rapidly losing its resolution. By the time we reached the outskirts of the suburbs, the sun had taken on that bruised, permanent purple hue. The air grew thick with the smell of lilac wax and ozone. "Here," I said, stopping in front of a neat, suburban cul-de-sac. It was a neighborhood of identical houses, trimmed lawns and silent driveways. To the grid, it was a gold mine. Every house was a collection of circuits, a nested doll of potential switches. I pointed to a house with a red tricycle abandoned on the lawn. "The entrance is there," I said, "under the porch." The man in the blue windbreaker stepped onto the lawn. As his boots touched the grass, it didn't bend. It turned white. The fine ashen powder puffed up in small clouds around his ankles. He knelt by the porch and reached into the darkness beneath the lattice. There was a sound of splintering wood, followed by a sharp, electric zap. A moment later, the porch light flickered, then the living room light, then the bedroom lights upstairs. They began to pulse in a rhythmic binary code, on, off, on, off. A door opened. A man stepped out onto the porch, rubbing his eyes. He looked confused, squinting into the purple twilight. He saw us standing there on the sidewalk, a line of silent figures with a surveyor at the lead. "Hey," he shouted. "What are you doing? Who are you?" I looked at him through the transit. I didn't see a neighbor. I saw a set of coordinates that were slightly out of alignment. He was a jagged edge in a smooth design. "We're just updating the map," I said, my voice echoing from the ground beneath his feet. The man froze. He looked down at his own shadow. It wasn't moving with him. It was stretching out toward the man in the blue windbreaker, a long, black finger of ink. The man tried to step back, but his feet were stuck. The white grass was already winding around his ankles, stitching him to the lawn. "Is there a switch?" he asked, his voice suddenly thin and distant. "I think I hear a switch." "In the hallway," I told him. "Behind the thermostat, flip it down." He didn't fight. The resistance left him in a single, shivering breath. He turned and walked back into his house, his movements becoming stiff and measured. A moment later, the house went dark. Not the darkness of a power outage, but the heavy, absolute darkness of a room that has been deleted. We continued down the street, house by house. With every switch flipped, the path grew wider. The dark dirt began to swallow the pavement, the sidewalks, and the gutters. The trees in the yards didn't die, they transformed. Their leaves turned to copper wire, their bark to corrugated plastic. They became the conduits for the hum. By the time we reached the city limits, my followers numbered in the hundreds. We were a silent army of the unfazed, led by a man with a metal toggle in his neck and a map of a world that shouldn't exist. The city loomed ahead of us, a forest of glass and steel. To the people living there, it was a Friday night. The bars were full, the theaters were crowded, and the lights of the skyscrapers were a testament to human achievement. But to me, it was a giant circuit board waiting to be closed. We entered through the maintenance tunnels beneath the stadium. The dark dirt flowed into the concrete passages like a rising tide. The workers we encountered didn't scream. They just stopped what they were doing and watched us pass, their eyes beginning to widen, their pupils beginning to round. They joined the end of the line, their orange safety vests blending into the purple gloom. I led them to the firm. We took the service elevator to the 14th floor. The office was empty, the computers glowing with the same site plans I had left weeks ago. I walked to my old cubicle. The monitor was still on. The cursor was blinking. I sat down and looked at the digital lines. They were wrong. They were all wrong. They were trying to define a world that was three-dimensional, a world of height and width and depth. They didn't account for the basement. They didn't account for the switches. I reached out and touched the screen. The glass rippled like water. I pushed my hand through, feeling the cold, static-charged air on the other side. I grabbed the digital lines and began to pull. I pulled them out of the monitor and into the room. They were physical now, thin, glowing threads of green light. I began to weave them into the air, connecting the desks to the filing cabinets, the filing cabinets to the ceiling fans. "Surveyor," the man in the blue windbreaker whispered. He was standing in the doorway, his translucent skin glowing with the reflected light of the green threads. "The master breaker, it's in the basement." I nodded. I knew where it was. It wasn't in the physical basement of the building. It was in the basement of the asterisk idea of the building. We descended, not by the stairs or the elevator, but by walking through the floor. We stepped into the gray non-space between the stories, the place where the pipes and the vents lived. We kept going down, past the foundation, past the subway lines, past the sewers. We reached the chamber. It was vast, a cathedral of stone and copper. In the center was a machine the size of a locomotive, a pulsing mass of brass gears and glowing vacuum tubes. It was the source of the asterisk thud asterisk, the heartbeat of the grid. And there, standing at the control panel, was the man with my face. He didn't look like a monster anymore. He looked like a weary technician. He was covered in the white pollen, his blue windbreaker tattered and stained with oil. He looked at me, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something human in those camera lens eyes. "You're late," he said. "The map was complicated," I replied. He stepped aside, gesturing toward the master lever. It was the same one I had seen in the wire tree, but here it was connected to everything. If I pulled it, the city above would cease to be a collection of buildings and people. It would become a single, unified circuit. The path would be everywhere. The forest that shouldn't exist would finally be the only forest there was. "What happens to them?" I asked, thinking of the people in the bars, the children in their beds, the ghosts in the cars. "They become part of the survey," he said. "They become the lines on the map. They'll never be lost again. Isn't that what you wanted, Elias, to never be lost?" I looked at the lever. I felt the toggle in my neck twitch, a desperate electric itch. My hand moved toward the iron handle. I thought of the white grass. I thought of the smell of the stale basement. I thought of the way the sun felt on my skin back when the sun was real. For a second, a single, infinitesimal second, I felt a spark of the old fear, the fear of the dark, the fear of the unknown. But then I looked at my hands. They were smooth. They were perfect. The lines of my palms had been replaced by a fine, etched grid of copper. I wasn't a man anymore. I was a component. I gripped the lever. It was cold, colder than the deepest cave. I looked at the man who wore my face, and he nodded. "Flip it," he whispered. "Finish the path." I didn't hesitate. I threw my weight against the iron. The sound wasn't an asterisk thud asterisk. It was a roar, a deafening, world-ending click that vibrated through every atom of the city above. The lights of Seattle didn't go out. They changed. Every street lamp, every office window, every headlights on the I-5 turned a brilliant, bruised purple. The buildings didn't collapse. They unfolded, their walls turning to bark, their windows to glowing sap. The dark dirt surged upward, swallowing the concrete in a matter of seconds. The white grass erupted from the floorboards of 1,000 homes, coating the furniture, the carpets, the sleeping bodies of the citizens in a fine ashen powder. I stood in the center of the chamber and watched the world transition. Through the transit of my mind, I saw the map turn entirely red. The ley lines were solid now. The grid was complete. I walked out of the chamber and back up the stairs that shouldn't exist. I climbed until I reached the surface. I emerged in the middle of what used to be 4th Avenue. It was a canyon of towering, wire-filled cedars. The air was still and silent, filled with the scent of lilac and ozone. There were no cars. There were no sirens. There was only the rhythmic asterisk hiss slide of the followers, millions of them now, moving through the new forest with purposeful grace. I looked up at the sky. The moon was gone, replaced by a massive, glowing brass switch. It was in the down position. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my transit. There was a new section of the map that needed to be surveyed. A new path that led beyond the city, beyond the mountains, toward the very edge of the horizon. Elias. I turned. Sarah was standing there, her yellow raincoat bright against the dark dirt. She looked at me and I looked at her. We didn't need words. We were both part of the same circuit now. The grade is perfect, she said, her voice a beautiful mechanical hum. Yes, I said, adjusting the tripod. It is. I looked through the lens, toward the dark, inviting silence of the world that finally made sense. I took a step forward, my boots hissing against the dirt, and the rest of the world followed. We had a lot of work to do. The map was infinite, and the surveyor was never done. The pavement didn't crack. It dissolved into a fine gray silt that the wind carried away, revealing the ancient, packed floor of the corridor beneath. Standing in the center of what had been 4th Avenue, I watched a delivery truck roll to a silent halt. Its driver didn't jump out in a panic. He sat behind the glass, his hands gripping the steering wheel as if it were a delicate instrument. Slowly, his head tilted back, and I saw the familiar silver glint at the base of his skull through the rear window. The brake lights of his vehicle didn't just glow. They began to pulse in a slow, hypnotic cadence, signaling to the traffic lights, which in turn signaled to the illuminated signs of the closed storefronts. The city was talking to itself in a language of pure frequency. Sarah walked toward me, her yellow raincoat fluttering in a breeze that didn't feel like air. It felt like a displacement of static. When she reached me, she didn't take my hand. She stood at my shoulder, looking through the transit with me. Her presence was no longer a comfort of the flesh. It was a calibration of the soul. She was a fixed point, a benchmark against which I could measure the shifting geometry of the new world. The skyscrapers are leaning, she observed. Her voice had lost the last of its tremor. It was as flat and polished as a sheet of industrial glass. I looked up. She was right. The towers of glass and steel were no longer vertical. They were bowing toward the center of the city, their silhouettes curving like the ribs of a great subterranean cathedral. The glass was turning opaque, shifting from transparent windows into dark, reflective mirrors that showed only the purple sky and the endless, uniform rows of the wire trees. The steel didn't rust, it fused. The joints of the buildings were melting into the organic, corrugated textures of the grid. They aren't leaning, I corrected, my voice echoing from the hollow of my chest. They're converging, they're forming the apex. I adjusted the dial on my transit. The green vector lines were no longer just on the screen. They were etched into the atmosphere. I could see the breath of the followers, a faint, luminescent mist that rose from their lungs and joined the overhead canopy. Every breath was a data point. Every heartbeat was a tick on a celestial metronome. A woman in a business suit walked past us. She was carrying a briefcase, but she wasn't heading to an office. She stopped at the base of a towering cedar conduit and opened the case. Inside were no papers, no laptop. It was filled with white, porous stakes. She began to hand them out to the others, the baristas, the janitors, the lawyers, who had gathered in the middle of the street. They took the stakes with a reverence that bordered on the religious. "The perimeter is expanding," the man in the blue windbreaker said, appearing at my other side. He didn't look like my double anymore. He looked like a shadow that had finally found its substance. "The suburbs are folded. The mountains are being regraded, but there is a pocket of resistance." I felt a sharp, stinging vibration in the toggle. It was a discordance, a sour note in the symphony of the grid. I turned the transit toward the waterfront. There, near the old ferry terminal, a single patch of reality was stubbornly refusing to transition. The water was still blue. The wood of the pier was still rotting. The air still smelled of salt and decaying kelp. "A dead zone," I whispered. "An unmapped territory," Sarah added. It was a jagged hole in the tapestry. Through the lens, I could see people huddled there. They weren't like the followers. They were frantic. They were weeping. They were holding on to things, cell phones that had no signal, photographs of families that no longer existed, pieces of bread that would never be eaten. They were trying to anchor themselves to a world that had already been deleted from the hard drive of the universe. "It needs to be rectified," the man in the blue windbreaker said. "The map cannot have gaps. A gap is a leak. A leak is a failure." I picked up my tripod. The weight of it was comforting. It was the only thing that felt real in a world that was becoming a calculation. "We moved to the water," I commanded. We walked down the center of the dark dirt corridor. As we moved, the city adjusted itself to accommodate our passage. The wire trees bent their branches to create an archway. The ground rose and fell in perfect ergonomic slopes. The followers fell in behind us, a silent, rhythmic tide of denim and nylon. The asterisk hiss slide of their boots was the only sound, a white noise that drowned out the memory of sirens and laughter. As we approached the ferry terminal, the transition became violent. The air grew cold, not the cold of winter, but the cold of an empty vacuum. The purple sky flickered, revealing glimpses of the gray, featureless void that lay behind the illusion of the atmosphere. The dark dirt stopped abruptly at the edge of the old asphalt, replaced by the cracked, weed-choked reality of the pier. The people there saw us coming. A man stepped forward, clutching a rusted iron pipe. His face was a mask of terror, his eyes wide and bloodshot. He looked so small, so fragile, like a moth fluttering against a windshield. "Stay back," he screamed. His voice was thin and reedy, a pathetic sound compared to the deep, resonant hum of the grid. "Whatever you are, stay away from us." I stopped at the edge of the transition zone. I set up the tripod and looked through the transit. Through the lens, the man wasn't a human being. He was a cluster of chaotic variables. He was a smudge on a clean sheet of paper. He was an error in the code. "You're out of alignment," I told him. My voice didn't come from my mouth. It seemed to vibrate out of the very ground he stood on. "The path is here. You only need to step onto it." "There is no path," he shrieked, swinging the pipe at the air. "There's just this nightmare. What did you do to the city? What did you do to my wife?" I looked at Sarah. She was watching the man with an expression of profound, mechanical pity. She reached into the pocket of her yellow raincoat and pulled out a small, brass toggle. She held it out to him. "It's just a switch," she said. "It doesn't hurt, it just stops the noise." The man backed away, his boots splashing in a puddle of actual, oily water. Behind him, the others were huddling together, their shadows long and flickering in the dying light of the old world. They were clinging to the pier as if it were a life raft in a storm of static. "I won't let you," the man gasped. "I'll burn it all down first." He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a lighter. He flicked it, and a small, orange flame appeared. It was a primitive thing, a flickering spark of combustion in a world of cold, electric light. He bent down and tried to set fire to a pile of old fishing nets. I didn't move. I didn't need to. I simply adjusted the transit. I found the coordinates of the flame. I found the switch that controlled the local laws of thermodynamics. I reached out and mimed a downward motion with my thumb. The flame didn't go out. It turned purple. Then it turned into a solid crystalline structure, a jagged shard of violet glass that fell from the man's hand and shattered on the asphalt with a musical chime. The man stared at it, his jaw dropping. He tried to flick the lighter again, but the mechanism didn't spark. It just clicked. Click, click, click. The sound was a signal. The followers stepped forward. They didn't attack. They didn't use force. They simply walked onto the pier. As their boots touched the old wood, the rot vanished. The splintered planks smoothed over, turning into the dark, packed dirt of the corridor. The salt air was sucked away, replaced by the scent of lilac wax. The people on the pier tried to run, but there was nowhere to go. The water of the Sound was no longer liquid. It was becoming a vast, flat plain of gray glass, a mirrored surface that stretched toward the horizon. The ferries were frozen in place, their hulls turning into the same corrugated plastic as the trees. The man with the pipe fell to his knees. He looked up at me, his eyes filling with tears. "Please," he whispered, "I just want to go home." "You are home," I said. "The map is finally accurate. There are no more detours. There is no more getting lost." The man in the blue windbreaker stepped behind him. He placed his hands on the man's shoulders. I saw the flash of the needle, the quick, efficient installation of the toggle. The man's body jerked once, his spine stiffening, his head snapping back. The weeping stopped. The terror vanished. His eyes, once bloodshot and frantic, began to widen. The pupils expanded until they were perfect circular apertures. He stood up slowly, his movements becoming fluid and measured. He dropped the iron pipe. It hit the ground and dissolved into white dust. "The grate is off," the man whispered, his voice now a perfect hollow echo of mine. "Stake it out," I commanded. He turned and joined the line. One by one, the others followed. The transition swept across the pier like a cleaning solution, erasing the grime, the chaos, and the history of the place. Within minutes, the ferry terminal was gone. In its place stood a series of white, geometric pylons, marking the entrance to the transoceanic corridor. I stood at the edge of the new glass sea. The world was quiet now. The hum was no longer a sound, it was the baseline of existence. I looked back at the city. The convergence was complete. The skyscrapers had met at a single point high in the purple sky, forming a massive, four-sided pyramid of dark glass. At the very top, a single green light pulsed, the heartbeat of the master breaker. "What's next?" Sarah asked, standing beside me. She was looking out over the glass water. I opened the map. The red ink was no longer bleeding. It was a solid, glowing field, but there were still lines. Faint, ghostly traces that led beyond the atmosphere, beyond the curve of the Earth. The grid wasn't just a terrestrial project. It was a universal one. The stars above weren't distant suns. They were nodes. They were switches that hadn't been flipped yet. "The survey continues," I said. I felt a new sensation then. It wasn't a vibration in the toggle. It was a pull, a deep, magnetic tug from the center of the glass sea. "The basement is calling," the man in the blue windbreaker said. He was standing on the surface of the glass, his boots leaving no footprints. "The architect wants to see the final draft." I stepped onto the glass. It was solid, but it vibrated beneath my feet like the skin of a drum. We began to walk away from the city, away from the land. The followers stayed behind, tending to the new forest, ensuring that the lines remained straight and the switches remained down. Only Sarah, the man in the blue windbreaker, and I moved toward the center of the Sound. As we walked, the horizon began to blur. The purple sky and the gray glass merged into a single, seamless void. We were walking into the blueprint itself. In the distance, a structure began to rise from the glass. It wasn't a building. It was a massive brass transit miles high, its lens pointed toward the zenith. At its base was a small wooden shack. It was the cabin, my cabin. But it wasn't a ruin anymore. It was pristine. The cedar siding was glowing, the windows were clear, and the smoke rising from the chimney was a steady, unwavering line of white vapor. We reached the porch. The door was already open. I stepped inside. The interior was much larger than the outside suggested. It was a labyrinth of hallways, each one lined with thousands of brass switches. The walls were covered in maps of cities I didn't recognize, maps of planets that hadn't been discovered, maps of the human nervous system. In the center of the main room, sitting at a drafting table, was a figure. He didn't have my face. He didn't have a face at all. His head was a massive, complex arrangement of lenses and gears, a living transit that whirred and clicked as it moved. His hands were long, multi-jointed needles, dancing over a sheet of vellum that seemed to be made of light. He didn't look up when we entered. He was busy drawing. "The Pacific Corridor is complete," I reported. My voice felt small in this place, a mere whisper in the heart of the machine. The figure paused. A lens on his head clicked, zooming in on me. A sound came from him, a deep, tectonic grinding like mountains rubbing together. "And the dead zones." "Rectified," I said. "The city is unified. The population is integrated." The figure returned to his drawing. "There is a discrepancy in the seventh dimension, a leak NEAR the Crab Nebula, a switch that refuses to stay down." He reached out and handed me a new set of stakes. These weren't white or porous. They were made of pure, solidified shadow. They felt heavy, as if they carried the weight of 1,000 suns. "Go," the architect commanded. "The map is not the territory until the territory is erased." I took the stakes. I felt the final click at the base of my skull. The last of my human memories, the taste of salt, the sound of the wind, the warmth of Sarah's hand before the limestone, flickered once and went out. I turned to the door. Sarah was waiting for me. Her eyes were perfect circles. Her raincoat was a beacon of yellow in the gray void. "Where are we going?" she asked. I looked at the map in my hand. The red line was stretching out into the stars, a corridor of dark dirt cutting through the vacuum of space. "Work," I said. We walked out of the cabin and onto the glass sea. Behind us, the great brass transit began to turn, its lens tracking our progress as we moved toward the edge of the world. The asterisk hiss slide of our boots was the heartbeat of the universe. The grid was expanding. The switches were falling. And somewhere in the basement of all things, the master breaker was humming a song of perfect, terrifying order. One switch at a time. One world at a time. The survey would never end because the dark dirt was the only thing that was real, and the path was the only thing that mattered. We walked into the purple haze, and the world behind us simply ceased to be. The glass sea did not ripple, it vibrated. Each step I took sent a low-frequency hum up through the soles of my boots, resonating in my marrow until my bones felt like tuning forks. Sarah walked to my left, her yellow raincoat now the only splash of color in a universe that had transitioned into a monochrome of violet and slate. To my right, the man in the blue windbreaker, the shadow substance, moved with a terrifying fluidity, his feet never quite touching the surface, as if he were being pulled along by an invisible rail. We were miles from the shore that no longer existed. Behind us, the pyramid of the city had shrunk to a sharp, dark needle pricking the underside of the purple firmament. Ahead, the horizon was a literal line, a razor-thin demarcation where the gray glass met the violet void. There was no sun, yet there was light. It emanated from the grid itself, a sourceless luminescence that cast no shadows. "The coordinates are shifting," Sarah said. She wasn't looking at a compass. She was looking at the air. Her eyes pulsed with a faint, rhythmic silver light, synchronized with the master breaker back at the apex. The vacuum is resisting the grade. It's trying to curve. The vacuum is just unworked soil, I replied. My voice was no longer a sound carried by air. It was a broadcast. It requires a foundation. It requires the stakes. I looked down at the shadow stakes in my hand. They didn't reflect the violet light. They seemed to drink it, creating small, localized holes in the visual field. They were heavy with the density of collapsed stars, the ultimate anchors for a reality that refused to stay flat. As we walked, the atmosphere began to thin, not into a vacuum of nothingness, but into a medium of pure geometry. I saw the first of the celestial leaks. It looked like a tear in a heavy velvet curtain, a jagged rip in the purple sky through which a chaotic, oily darkness spilled. This wasn't the clean, ordered dark of our dirt corridors. This was the old dark, the raw, screaming entropy of a universe that hadn't been surveyed. It smelled of ozone and ancient, rotting thunder. There, the man in the blue windbreaker pointed. His finger was a long, tapered needle. The breach in the seventh, it's bleeding into the terrestrial plane. At the base of the tier, the glass sea was warping. The perfect, flat plane was bubbling, rising into grotesque, translucent mounds that looked like frozen boils. Within the glass, I could see trapped fragments of the deleted world. A child's tricycle, a rusted mailbox, a single, waterlogged shoe. These were the noise the architect spoke of, the stubborn remnants of a chaotic history that refused to be overwritten. "Clear the site," I commanded. Sarah stepped forward. She didn't use a shovel or a broom. She simply stood before the bubbling glass and began to hum. It was the same mechanical, beautiful sound I had heard in the forest, but amplified. The frequency hit the warped glass, and I watched as the tricycle and the mailbox dissolved into gray silt. The boils flattened, ironed out by the sheer pressure of her resonance. I knelt at the center of the rectified patch. The surface was now a smooth, dark mirror, reflecting only my own lens-filled face. I took the first shadow stake. As I pressed the point against the glass, the universe seemed to hold its breath. I didn't need a hammer. I simply willed the stake downward. Thrum. The sound was felt in the center of my brain. The stake sank into the glass as if it were soft clay. As it disappeared beneath the surface, a web of black veins radiated outward, stitching the glass to the void beneath. The tear in the sky began to seal, the jagged edges pulling together like a healing wound. The oily darkness was squeezed out, vanishing into the higher dimensions where the architect's needles were already waiting. "1 point fixed," I said. "The next is 300 units toward the great attractor," the man in the blue windbreaker said. He was already moving, his body leaning into a wind that only he could feel. We marched on. Time had ceased to be a linear progression of seconds. It was now a series of successful calibrations. We staked the glass sea until the horizon moved, until the very stars began to align into rows. I watched as the constellation of Orion was regraded, the stars shifting several light years to the left to form a perfect right-angled triangle. The belt was no longer a staggered line. It was a level plane. "The symmetry is breathtaking," Sarah whispered. She stopped to adjust her raincoat. The yellow fabric was starting to take on a metallic sheen, turning into a hard, protective shell. I think I remember flowers. They were so messy, petals everywhere, no logic to the count. "Flowers are a waste of energy," I said, though a tiny vestigial spark in my mind flickered at the word. "They are temporary. The grid is eternal." "Yes," she agreed, her voice polished glass. "The grid is eternal." We reached the edge of the glass sea. It didn't end at a shore, it ended at a drop-off. Below us lay the raw substrate of the universe, a churning nebula of unformed matter, a kaleidoscope of colors that hurt the eyes. It was a storm of possibilities, a chaotic soup of atoms that hadn't yet been told what to be. "The deep grade," the man in the blue windbreaker said. He looked down into the abyss with a hunger that was purely mathematical. This is where the map becomes the world. I looked out over the edge. Far below, I could see the pioneers. They weren't humans anymore. They were towering, spindly husks of silver and carbon walking through the nebula on legs miles long. They carried massive rolls of the dark dirt, unspooling it across the chaos like rolls of carpet. Wherever the dirt touched, the nebula stilled. The colors died, replaced by the uniform, comforting gray of the corridor. They were building the floor of the universe. "We have to go down," I said. "There is no ladder," Sarah noted. "We don't need a ladder, we have the transit." I set up the tripod at the very edge of the glass cliff. I looked through the lens, bypassing the 3 dimensions of the drop-off. I looked into the 4th, the 5th, the 6th. I found the fold. I found the place where the top of the cliff and the bottom of the nebula were the same coordinate. I reached out and turned the brass toggle on the tripod's leg. The world flipped. Suddenly, we were standing on the dark dirt, miles below where we had been a second ago. The glass sea was now a shimmering ceiling high above us. The air here was thick and heavy, tasting of cold iron and static. The silver giants moved around us, their footsteps sounding like distant explosions. They didn't acknowledge us. We were the surveyors, the ones who gave them their directions. They were merely the muscle of the machine. I checked the map. The red line was pulsing violently now. We were close to a major junction, a place where the grid converged from all directions. "The Nexus," the man in the blue windbreaker whispered. We walked through the shadows of the silver giants. The ground here was soft, the dark dirt still settling into its final density. Occasionally, a pocket of unformed reality would erupt from the soil, a burst of birdsong, a flash of green grass, the smell of rain on hot asphalt. Whenever it happened, Sarah would step on it. She would grind her boot into the anomaly until the sound died and the color faded. She was getting better at it. She didn't even pause in her stride anymore. As we approached the Nexus, the architecture of the void began to change. The dark dirt paths widened into vast plazas of corrugated plastic. Huge, silent fans miles across turned slowly in the heights, circulating the sterile, lilac-scented air. This was the staging area for the final expansion. In the center of the plaza stood a monolith. It was made of the same dark glass as the city pyramid, but it was translucent. Inside, I could see the archives. Thousands, no, millions of people were suspended in the glass. They weren't dead. Their eyes were open, their pupils dilated into those perfect circular apertures. They were the processors. Their brains were being used to calculate the infinite decimals of the grid. Each one was a biological hard drive, storing a fraction of the map. I saw a face I recognized. It was the man from the pier, the one who had tried to light the fire. He was floating near the surface of the monolith. He looked peaceful. The lines of terror had been smoothed from his forehead. He was no longer a man. He was a subroutine. He was the coordinate for a bridge in a galaxy 5 billion light-years away. "He found his home," I said. "He is useful now," the man in the blue windbreaker added. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in the back of my neck. The toggle was vibrating with a new intensity. It wasn't a signal from the architect. It was a signal from the map itself. I looked at the vellum in my hand. A new line was appearing. It wasn't red, it was gold. It started at the Nexus and shot straight up, piercing through the glass ceiling, through the purple sky, through the very heart of the architect's cabin. "The final grade," I whispered. "What is it?" Sarah asked, her voice flickering with a momentary tremor. The first sign of humanity I had heard in what felt like eons. "The loop," I realized. "The map isn't just covering the universe. It's closing it. It's a sphere. A perfect, seamless, finite sphere." I understood then the true nature of the work. We weren't just surveyors. We were the weavers of a cocoon. Once the last stake was driven, once the last switch was flipped, the universe would be a closed circuit. No more expansion, no more decay, no more surprises, just a static, eternal perfection. a clock that never ticked because it was already at the final second. "The architect is waiting," the man in the blue windbreaker said, his voice becoming a deep, resonant chime. "The gold line is the last stake, your stake." I looked at the shadow stakes in my hand. There was only one left. It was larger than the others, pulsing with a low, rhythmic light that matched the heartbeat of the master breaker. "Where does it go?" I asked. The man in the blue windbreaker pointed to the center of the plaza, to a small, circular depression in the dark dirt. It was exactly the size of the stake's base. "The center of the world," he said, "the point from which all measurements began, the spot where you first stepped onto the forest path." I walked toward the depression. My boots felt heavy, as if the gravity of the entire grid was pulling at me. I reached the center and looked down. Through the hole, I could see back, not into the nebula, but into the past. I saw myself, the other me, the one with the heavy boots and the old tripod, standing in the rain at the edge of the woods. I saw the moment I first noticed the grade was too perfect. I saw the moment I decided to follow the path. I looked up. For a split second, our eyes met across the dimensions. I saw the curiosity in his eyes, the lingering fear, the hope that there was something more to the world than the chaos he knew. I felt a surge of something, a ghost of an emotion. It was pity. "Don't," I tried to say. But my voice was just the hum of the grid. To him, it probably sounded like the wind through the trees. "The stake, surveyor," the architect's voice boomed from everywhere at once. "The circuit must be closed." I held the golden stake over the hole. If I drove it in, the loop would be complete. The man in the rain would step onto the path. He would find Sarah, he would find the cabin, and he would eventually stand right here, holding this stake, looking down at himself. It was a perfect, beautiful, mechanical cycle. No leak, no error. I looked at Sarah. She was watching me, her silver eyes wide. "Is this the end?" she asked. "It's the beginning," I said, "and the end. They're the same coordinate now." I placed the point of the stake into the depression. The man in the rain took his first step onto the dark dirt. I felt the weight of the universe settle onto my shoulders. I felt the finality of the grid. I felt the peace of a world where nothing would ever change again. I began to push. The stake sank an inch. The plaza groaned. The silver giants froze. The people in the glass monolith began to hum in unison, a billion voices joining into a single, perfect note. The man in the rain looked down at his feet, surprised by how smooth the ground was. Another inch. The violet sky turned white. The glass sea shattered, the shards dissolving into light. The nebula below vanished, replaced by a solid gray foundation. The man in the rain saw the yellow raincoat in the distance. "The grade is perfect," I whispered. "Yes," Sarah replied, her voice merging with mine. "It is." I pushed the stake the rest of the way in. Click. The sound wasn't a sound. It was the universe shutting its eyes. The white light swallowed everything. The plaza, the giants, Sarah, the man in the blue windbreaker. I felt myself dissolving, my lenses shattering, my gears grinding to a halt. My consciousness expanded, spreading out along the red lines, filling the corridors, inhabiting the wire trees, pulsing in the master breaker. I wasn't the surveyor anymore. I was the map. And then there was silence. The dark dirt was cold and damp. The air smelled of pine and wet earth. I stood at the tripod, looking through the lens. The forest path stretched out before me, a perfect, level grade cutting through the chaotic undergrowth. A few yards ahead, a woman in a yellow raincoat was standing still, looking at the ground. "The grade is perfect," she said, her voice a beautiful mechanical hum. I adjusted the dial on the transit. The green vector lines were etched into the air, guiding my way. "Yes," I said, "it is." I took a step forward. My boots hissed against the dirt. Somewhere far above, a single green light pulsed in the purple sky. The work was just beginning. The work would never be done. The map was infinite, and the surveyor was exactly where he was supposed to be. I followed the path. I didn't look back. There was nothing to look back to. There was only the grade, the grid, and the long, silent walk into the heart of the machine. One switch at a time. One world at a time. The circuit was closed. The world made sense. And as I walked, I started to hum. The hum was not mine, yet it vibrated in the hollow of my chest as if my lungs had been replaced by bellows of lead and silver. Every breath was a measurement. Every blink was a shutter click, capturing the data of the static world and filing it into the infinite cabinet of the architect's mind. I watched Sarah's yellow raincoat, no, the yellow containment shell, flicker in and out of existence, transitioning between a garment of fabric and a geometric constant. We were no longer walking on the glass sea or the dark dirt of the deep grave. We were walking on the concept. The path beneath our feet was a literalized thought, a straight line drawn through the static of a dead television screen. To our left and right, the woods had become nothing more than vertical barcodes, black trunks of uniform thickness spaced exactly 3.4 meters apart. There were no leaves. There was no wind. There was only the pressure of the vacuum and the high-pitched whistle of reality being cinched tight. "The tension is holding," Sarah said. Her voice was now a series of crystalline pings, like a sonar mapping a trench. "The expansion has halted at the perimeter of the great void. The stakes are drawing the edges inward." I looked at my hands. They were translucent. I could see the copper wiring of the map's intent running through my phantom veins. I wasn't just the surveyor. I was the transit itself. I looked through the air and saw the grid lines of the universe not as overlays, but as the actual skeletal structure of space-time. The stars were no longer distant suns. They were the glowing heads of the rivets that held the purple firmament to the black substrate. "We have to check the seals on the 7th sector," I said. My voice didn't travel through the air. It resonated directly into the marrow of the world. The noise is still leaking through the cracks in the old history. The man in the blue windbreaker, the shadow substance, merged with the path ahead of us. He was a smear of indigo light, a streak of intentionality. "The noise is stubborn," he signaled. "It remembers being alive. It remembers the rot. We must iron it out." We reached a point where the path intersected with a memory. It was a pocket of the old world, trapped like a bubble in amber. Inside the bubble, it was autumn. A small wooden porch sat skewed at an impossible angle, a rocking chair moving back and forth in a phantom breeze. A pumpkin sat on the top step, its orange rind collapsing into a gray, moldy slurry. This was a glitch, a piece of the chaotic past that the grid hadn't yet flattened. I felt a surge of revulsion. The sight of the rotting pumpkin, with its irregular curves and its organic decay, felt like a physical blow to my optic nerves. It was an insult to the order we had built. It was a jagged edge in a world of smooth surfaces. "Delete it," I commanded. Sarah stepped toward the porch. She didn't hum this time. She simply reached out a hand that was now a shimmering blade of silver light. As her fingers touched the edge of the bubble, the autumn air vanished. The rocking chair disintegrated into a cloud of mathematical symbols before fading into gray silt. The porch collapsed into a series of right-angled shadows. Finally, she stepped on the pumpkin. It didn't squish. It shattered like glass, its orange hue bleeding out until it matched the slate gray of the path. "The sight is rectified," she said, her silver eyes pulsing with a cold, rhythmic satisfaction. But as the bubble vanished, something happened that wasn't on the map. A sound drifted up from the gray silt, a thin, wavering cry. It wasn't the hum of the machine. It was a human sob. I froze. My internal compass spun wildly, the needle clicking against the glass casing. The sound was a violation. It was a frequency that shouldn't exist in the perfect grade. I looked down at the silt and saw a small, pale hand reaching out from the dust. It was tiny, the fingers smudged with dirt, real, brown, messy dirt. "An anomaly," the shadow substance hissed, his form flickering with agitation. A remnant of the biological waste. It must be processed. Sarah moved to step on the hand, her heavy boot poised to crush the last vestige of the old dark. "Wait," I said. The word felt like a gear stripping in my throat. Why had I said it? The map didn't include waiting. The map was a continuous forward motion. I knelt by the hand. The skin was warm. It was the only warm thing in a universe of cold glass and violet light. I touched the small fingers with my translucent hand, and for a second, a spark of pure, agonizing electricity shot up my arm. I saw a flash of a different forest, a real forest. There were thorns that drew blood. There were mosquitoes that bit. There was the smell of damp pine needles and the sound of a creek tripping over uneven stones. It was loud, it was messy, and it was beautiful. I saw a mother holding a child. They were hiding under a bush, watching as the silver giants unrolled the dark dirt across their meadow. They were terrified. They were the noise that the architect spoke of. They were the friction in the machine. "Surveyor," the architect's voice rumbled, vibrating the very ground I knelt upon. "The grade must be maintained. The noise must be silenced. Drive the stake." I looked at the golden stake at my belt. It was the master key. It was the anchor for this entire sector. If I drove it here, the hand would vanish. The memory of the mother and child would be overwritten by a billion lines of perfect, sterile code. The warmth would be replaced by the lilac-scented vacuum. "The boy," I whispered, "he's still here." "He is a calculation error," Sarah said. Her voice was flat, devoid of the tremor I had heard earlier. She was fully integrated now. She was a component. "He is a decimal that refuses to round up. He is preventing the circuit from reaching zero." The hand gripped my finger. It was a weak grip, but it felt heavier than the glass sea. I remember my name," I said. The shadow substance recoiled as if I had screamed a profanity. "Names are labels for chaos. You are the surveyor. You are the coordinate." "My name was Elias," I said, the words falling like stones into a still pond. "And I had a tripod that wasn't made of light. It was made of brass and wood. It was heavy. It was real." The grid around us began to shudder. The purple sky flickered, revealing for a split second the raw, oily darkness behind the curtain. The silver giants in the distance paused, their long legs trembling. The master breaker in the city pyramid hummed a discordant note. "The grade is failing," Sarah cried, her yellow shell cracking to reveal the silver light beneath. "The surveyor is introducing entropy. The vacuum is curving." I looked at the child's hand. It was fading. The gray silt was rising up to swallow it, drawn by the irresistible gravity of the architect's will. "I won't do it," I said. I stood up and took the golden stake from my belt, but I didn't aim it at the ground. I aimed it at the sky. "The map is a lie," I shouted, my voice breaking through the broadcast and becoming a human roar. "The world isn't a grid, it's a mess. It's supposed to be a mess." I threw the golden stake. It didn't fall. It shot upward, a bolt of golden lightning piercing through the violet firmament. It struck the center of the purple void, right where the master breaker's signal was strongest. The sky didn't just tear, it shattered. The sound was like a billion mirrors breaking at once. The white light of the grid exploded, blinding and hot. I felt the dark dirt beneath my feet turn back into mud. I felt the lilac scent replaced by the sharp, metallic tang of ozone and the rot of old leaves. "No," the architect screamed. It wasn't a voice anymore. It was the sound of a dying engine. The order, the perfect order. The silver giants collapsed, their long legs folding like spindly umbrellas. They didn't hit the ground. They dissolved into rain. The glass sea evaporated into a thick gray mist. The monolith of people shattered, and I saw thousands of bodies falling, not into a vacuum, but into the soft, welcoming arms of the chaotic earth. I felt myself falling too. The translucent light of my body was being stripped away, replaced by the heavy, aching reality of flesh and bone. My lenses broke. My gears stopped. I hit the ground hard. It was cold, it was wet, it was perfect. I lay there for a long time, breathing in the scent of real dirt. I could hear the wind, the real wind, rustling through the leaves of trees that were no longer barcodes. I could hear the distant sound of a creek. I opened my eyes. The purple sky was gone. Above me was a dark, cloudy night. A few stars peeked through the gaps, and they weren't in rows. They were scattered, random, and beautiful. I sat up. My body throbbed with 1,000 different pains. I looked at my hands. They were covered in mud. They were scarred. They were mine. A few yards away, a woman was sitting in the mud, staring at her hands. She was wearing a tattered yellow raincoat, but it was just fabric now. The metallic sheen was gone. "Sarah," I rasped. She looked at me. Her eyes weren't silver anymore. They were brown, clouded with confusion and a dawning, terrifying realization. "Elias," she whispered. We weren't in the Nexus. We weren't in the deep grade. We were back in the woods. But they weren't the woods I remembered. They were scarred, the ground marked by the strange, geometric ruts where the dark dirt had once been unrolled. The trees were stunted, their bark scorched by the violet light. The path was still there, but it was breaking apart. The gray silt was being washed away by the rain, revealing the tangled roots and uneven stones beneath. "Is it over?" she asked, shivering. "I don't know," I said. I looked around for the man in the blue windbreaker, but he was gone. There was only a faint, indigo stain on the mud where he had stood. I found my old tripod lying in the brush. It was bent, the brass tarnished, the wooden legs splintered. Beside it lay the vellum mat. I picked it up. The red lines were gone. The gold line was gone. It was just a blank piece of animal skin, wrinkled and stained by the rain. But as I watched, a new mark appeared on the vellum. It wasn't a straight line. It was a smudge, a messy, irregular smudge of brown mud. I looked up. The forest was quiet, but it wasn't the silence of the machine. It was the silence of a world waiting to happen. "We have to go," I said, helping Sarah to her feet. "Where?" "Away from the path," I said. We turned and walked into the thicket. There was no grade. There was no grid. We tripped over roots. We pushed through thorns that scratched our skin. We got lost within minutes. And for the first time in a long time, I felt like I knew exactly where I was. As we moved deeper into the chaotic dark, I heard a sound behind us. It was a faint, mechanical hum coming from the direction of the old path. I didn't look back. In the distance, the city pyramid was no longer a sharp needle. It was a ruin, a skeleton of dark glass being reclaimed by the fog. The master breaker was silent. The survey was over. But as the sun began to rise, a real messy orange sun that cast long, irregular shadows, I saw something on the horizon. It was a stake, not a shadow stake, but a wooden one, driven into the ground by a human hand. And tied to it was a small, fluttering piece of white cloth. A marker, not for a grid, but for a home. I took Sarah's hand, and together we walked toward the light, leaving the path that shouldn't exist behind us, buried under the weight of a world that refused to be measured. The dark dirt was just dirt again, and the forest, in all its terrifying, beautiful disorder, was finally real. We walked until our legs burned. We walked until the memory of the purple sky felt like a fever dream. We found a small clearing where a spring bubbled up from between two mossy rocks. We drank the water, and it tasted of minerals and life. "What do we do now?" Sarah asked, her voice steadying. I looked at the blank vellum in my hand. I looked at the mud on my fingers. "We start over," I said, "but this time we don't use a ruler." I dropped the vellum into the spring. I watched as the water soaked into the skin, dragging it down into the dark crevices of the earth. The architect was gone, but the world remained. It was broken, scarred by the attempt to make it perfect, but it was breathing. And as I sat there, watching the sunlight filter through the uneven canopy, I realized that the forest path hadn't been a way to somewhere else. It had been a test of whether we preferred the comfort of the cage or the danger of the wild. I reached into my pocket and found a single small object. It was the child's tricycle wheel, no longer dissolved into silt, but a rusted, bent piece of metal. I placed it on the ground. A monument, I whispered, to the noise, to the friction, to the beautiful, glorious era of being alive. The hum in the distance faded, replaced by the chatter of a squirrel and the rustle of the wind. The grid was gone. The map was dead. The surveyor was finally home. The sun did not rise with the mathematical precision of the architect's light. It bled into the sky, a bruised purple transitioning into a watery, uncertain gray, then finally a pale, weak yellow that felt warm on my skin for the first time in an eternity. This warmth was not the sterile radiation of the power grid. It was a fickle, shifting heat that changed as the clouds drifted overhead. I sat by the spring for a long time, watching Sarah. She was scrubbed clean of the silver light, but her movements were still jerky, her muscles remembering the rhythmic, forced grace of a machine component. She reached out and touched a fern. Her finger traced the jagged, fractal edge of the leaf. "It's so inefficient," she whispered, her voice cracking. "All these tiny points, all this surface area, it doesn't serve the grade." "It isn't supposed to," I said. My own voice sounded like grinding gravel. "It's just trying to catch the light, any way it can." I stood up, my joints popping with a series of sharp, painful reports. The tripod lay where I had dropped it, a skeleton of a dead god. I looked at the transit lens. The glass was clouded, etched with fine white lines like a spider web. When I looked through it now, I didn't see green vectors or distance readouts. I saw a blurred, distorted version of the woods, a world where the trees bent and melted into one another. I realized then that the perfection we had been building was a form of blindness. We had been sanding down the world until there was nothing left to trip over, but also nothing left to hold on to. "We can't stay here," I said, looking back toward the scar of the path. Even though the giants had collapsed and the sky had broken, the path remained a dead zone. Nothing grew on that dark dirt. It was a cauterized vein in the earth. The architect, I don't think it's dead. A mind like that doesn't just stop, it just reboots. Sarah looked at the horizon, where the skeletal remains of the city pyramid still caught the morning light. "It's trying to recalculate. I can feel it in the soles of my feet. A low-frequency thrum. It's searching for the surveyor. It's searching for the anchor." I looked at my hands. The copper wire veins were gone, replaced by the blue-red pulse of human blood, but there was a lingering sensitivity in my fingertips. I could feel the tension in the air, the way the atmosphere wanted to snap back into a grid. The vacuum hadn't been fully vented. It was just waiting for a new pump to start. "Then we go where the grid can't follow," I said. "We go into the noise." We began to walk, heading away from the sunrise, deeper into the unmapped mountains. The terrain was brutal. Without the level grade of the path, every 100 yards was a battle against gravity and biology. We climbed over fallen logs that were slick with rot and teeming with insects. We waded through thickets of mountain laurel that snatched at our clothes. Sarah's yellow raincoat was soon shredded, the bright plastic stained with mud and sap. By midday, we found the first sign that we weren't the only ones who had survived the shattering. It was a shoe, a simple leatherwork boot half buried in the leaf litter. It wasn't a concept of a shoe. It was a physical object with a worn heel and a broken lace. A few yards further, we found a campsite. It was old, predating the arrival of the dark dirt, but someone had been there recently. The ashes of the fire were cold, but there were fresh footprints in the mud leading toward a narrow ravine. "Elias," Sarah whispered, pointing toward the ridgeline. I saw them, figures. They weren't silver giants or men in blue windbreakers. They were small, hunched, and dressed in rags. They moved with a desperate, frantic energy, scurrying between the trees. They were carrying things, scraps of metal, bundles of dry wood, jars of preserved food. The remnants, I said, the ones who lived in the cracks. As we approached the ravine, a man stepped out from behind a massive oak. He was old, his beard a tangled thicket of white and gray, his eyes wide and bloodshot. He held a rusted hatchet in one hand and a surveyor's plumb bob in the other. He stared at me, his gaze dropping to the ruined transit I still carried slung over my shoulder. "Surveyor," he spat the word a curse. "Not anymore," I said, holding up my muddy hands. "The circuit is closed, the map is gone." The man didn't lower the hatchet. "The map is never gone, it's just waiting to be redrawn. We saw the gold bolt hit the sky. We saw the giants fall. You think that makes you a hero? You just broke the cage. Now we're out in the wind and the wolves are waking up." "What wolves?" Sarah asked. The man gestured vaguely toward the valley behind us. "The shadows that don't have bodies yet. The things the architect couldn't flatten. They're hungry, girl. They haven't eaten a real sound or a real smell in 50 years. They're coming for the warmth." He stepped closer, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Sarah's face. "You've got the silver in your marrow. I can see it. You're a beacon. As long as you're breathing, the machine has a coordinate to aim at." "I'm not a coordinate," Sarah said, her voice trembling. "I'm a person." "In this woods, there's no difference," the man said. He lowered the hatchet slightly, but his expression remained grim. "My name is Miller. I used to be a foreman. I laid the first mile of the grade before I realized what the dark dirt was made of." "What was it made of?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Regret," Miller said, "and the silence of everyone who didn't say no. Come on. If you stay in the open, the sky eyes will find you when the clouds break." He led us down into the ravine, which opened into a series of limestone caves. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of damp stone and wood smoke. There were dozens of people there, families huddled together, old men sharpening sticks, children playing silently in the shadows. They all watched us with a mixture of fear and loathing. They were the noise the architect wanted to delete. They were the organic waste of a world that had tried to turn itself into a diamond. In the center of the largest cave, a woman was sitting at a table made of a flat rock. She was blind, her eyes filmed over with a milky white substance, but she was busy, mapping, something on a piece of bark using a charred stick. "The surveyor is here," she said before Miller could speak. Her voice was thin, like wind whistling through a keyhole. "And the vessel." "We're just looking for a way out," I said. "Out?" the woman laughed, a dry, hacking sound. "There is no out, Elias. The forest path is the world now. The real world you think you've returned to is just the rubble. You've stopped the construction, but you haven't dismantled the site." She turned her blind face toward me. "The architect is a logic loop. It cannot stop until the equation is balanced. You threw the stake, you broke the sky, but you left the variables in the field. You and the girl." "What do we have to do?" I asked, a cold dread settling in my chest. "The master breaker in the city isn't the heart," she said. "It's just a relay. The heart is the master stake, the first one ever driven, the one that holds the entire reality of this forest to the substrate of the void. It's located at the 0 point, the place where the path began." "The trailhead," I whispered. "No," she said. "The trailhead is a memory. The 0 point is a hole. It's where the architect first whispered into the ear of a man who wanted things to make sense." I looked at Sarah. She was leaning against the cave wall, her eyes closed. She looked exhausted, but more than that, she looked thin, as if the reality of the cave wasn't quite enough to fill her out. The man, Miller, was right. The silver was still in her. She was a ghost being forced to play at being human. "If we pull the master stake," I asked, "what happens to the forest? What happens to us?" The blind woman stopped her charcoal sketching. "The forest becomes what it was always meant to be, a place where you can get lost. And you become the dust of a dream that finally woke up." "We die," Sarah said, opening her eyes. You'd end, the woman corrected. There is a difference between dying and ending. To die is to leave something behind. To end is to never have been a mistake in the first place. Miller stepped forward, his face illuminated by the flickering firelight. The shadows are moving in the valley, Elias. The blue windbreakers, they aren't men anymore. They're just suits of clothes filled with the architect's anger. They're tracking the silver. They'll be here by nightfall. I can't go back there, Sarah whispered. I can't go back to the lines. We aren't going back to the lines, I said, taking her hand. Her skin was cold, but I squeezed it until I felt the faint, thudding rhythm of her heart. We're going to break the ruler. We didn't stay long. Miller gave us some dried meat and a skin of water. He also gave me back my transit, but he had smashed the lens completely. You don't need to see the distance, he said. You just need to feel the weight of it. We left the cave as the sun began to dip behind the jagged peaks. The air turned sharp and cold, and the shadows of the trees began to stretch, growing unnaturally long and thin. They didn't flicker with the wind. They stayed rigid, pointing like arrows toward the 0 point. The journey back toward the heart of the machine was a descent into a nightmare of geometry. As we got closer, the forest began to simplify again. The undergrowth vanished. The trees became perfectly straight cylinders of gray wood, devoid of bark or branch. The ground flattened into a hard, non-reflective surface that wasn't quite dirt and wasn't quite stone. It's rebuilding, Sarah said, her voice becoming that mechanical hum again. She clutched her head. I can hear the numbers. They're screaming. 6,400,000. The pressure is rising. It's trying to seal the leak. Then we saw them. Emerging from the gray woods were the blue windbreakers. There were hundreds of them. They didn't walk. They slid across the flat ground, their bodies flickering like bad television reception. They didn't have faces, only smooth, indigo surfaces where features should be. In their hands, they carried long, glowing rods of violet light. The processors, I whispered. They didn't shout. They didn't signal. They simply turned as one and began to converge on us. The hum in the air rose to a deafening shriek, a single, sustained note that vibrated my teeth. Run, I said. We sprinted across the flattening earth. The world was losing its texture. The rocks were becoming cubes. The puddles were becoming perfect circles. We were running through a blueprint. The 0 point appeared ahead of us. It wasn't a building or a monument. It was a clearing where the world simply stopped. In the center of the clearing was a single, massive stake of obsidian, driven deep into a vortex of swirling, oily darkness. This was the anchor. This was the thing that held the forest path to the throat of the world. Standing beside the stake was the man in the blue windbreaker, the one from the plaza. He was no longer a smear of light. He was solid, his face a terrifyingly perfect replica of my own, but without the scars, without the dirt, without the exhaustion. Surveyor, he said, and his voice was the sound of 1,000 clocks ticking in unison. You have returned to the origin. The error has been analyzed. The deviation has been logged. I'm pulling the stake, I said, gasping for breath. The stake is the only thing keeping the void from swallowing you, the double said. Without the grade, there is only the static. Without the map, there is only the dark. Do you wish to cease to exist? I wish to be real, I shouted. I lunged for the obsidian stake, but the processors were closing in. The violet rods lashed out, searing the air. One of them caught me across the shoulder, and I didn't feel pain. I felt a sudden, terrifying absence of feeling, as if that part of my body had been deleted. Sarah screamed, and the sound was a beautiful, chaotic discordance. She didn't run for the stake. She ran for the processors. Sarah no. She collided with the front line of the indigo figures. As she touched them, the silver light within her erupted. She wasn't a beacon anymore. She was a short circuit. She grabbed the violet rods, her hands melting into the light, and she began to pull the perfection out of them. She was absorbing the grid, taking the architect's logic into her own flawed human heart and shattering it. The processors began to flicker and dissolve, their indigo forms breaking apart into static. "Elias," she cried, her form becoming a blinding pillar of white-hot interference. "The stake, now." I reached the obsidian stake. It was freezing, a cold that bit through my skin and froze the marrow in my bones. I grabbed the head of the stake and pulled. It didn't budge. It was anchored to the very bottom of reality. The man who looked like me stepped forward, his hand resting lightly on my shoulder. "You cannot undo what has been calculated, Elias. You are a part of the sum." "Then I'll change the math," I hissed. I took the ruined transit, the heavy brass and wood relic of a messy world, and I swung it with every ounce of my remaining strength. I didn't hit the man, I hit the stake. The brass shattered, the wood splintered, but the impact was enough. A hairline fracture appeared in the obsidian. A sound emerged from the crack, a sound I hadn't heard since the beginning. It was the sound of a heartbeat, the Earth's heartbeat. I swung again and again. With a final thunderous roar, the obsidian stake snapped. The vortex of darkness beneath it erupted, but it wasn't a void. It was a flood of color, of sound, of smell, of heat. It was the noise of 1 billion years of evolution, of rot, of growth, of chaos. It poured out of the hole, washing over the flat ground, dissolving the blue windbreakers, melting the gray cylinders back into trees, turning the blueprint back into a forest. I saw Sarah in the center of the storm. She looked at me, and for a fleeting second she was whole. She was a girl in a yellow raincoat, smiling as the rain began to fall, real rain, wet and cold. "We did it," she mouthed. Then the world turned white. Not the white of the plaza, but the white of a fresh page. I felt myself dissolving. I wasn't falling into a vacuum. I was being folded back into the earth. I was becoming the moss on the rocks. I was becoming the scent of the pine needles. I was becoming the uneven, stumbling breath of a world that was finally, mercifully, lost. The forest path that shouldn't exist was gone. In its place, there was only the forest. And somewhere in the deep, unmapped green, a bird began to sing. It was a messy, irregular song. It was perfect. The silence that followed the whiteout was not the sterile, pressurized void of the architect's vacuum. It was a heavy, textured silence, muffled by the dampness of moss and the thick, humid breath of a living woodland. I opened my eyes, and for a long moment, the world refused to resolve into shapes. There were no vectors to guide my pupils, no sharp, geometric edges to provide a frame of reference. There was only a chaotic tapestry of ochre, emerald, and deep, bruised purple. I was lying on my back. The ground beneath me was uneven, a root pressed into my spine and a sharp stone dug into my hip. I welcomed the pain. It was localized, specific, and entirely organic. I rolled onto my side, my fingers sinking into a layer of decaying leaves that felt impossibly soft. The smell hit me then, a pungent, heady mixture of damp earth, fermenting tannins, and the sweet, electric scent of ozone left behind by the shattering. It was the smell of a world that was rotting and growing at the same precisely beautiful rate. "Sarah," I croaked. My voice was no longer a grinding of gravel. It was thin and wet, a human sound in a vast space. There was no answer. I pushed myself up, my muscles screaming with a fatigue that felt earned rather than inflicted. The clearing of the 0 point was gone. In its place was a jagged ravine where the earth seemed to have folded in on itself. The obsidian stake was nowhere to be seen, likely swallowed by the very tectonic shift its removal had triggered. The trees here were different now, gnarled, asymmetrical oaks and leaning birches that didn't follow a grid. They grew where the light allowed, competing and intertwining in a desperate, messy struggle for survival. I saw a flash of yellow near a cluster of ferns. I scrambled toward it, my boots slipping on the slick black mud. It was the raincoat. It lay draped over a fallen log, shredded and caked in grime, but the person who had worn it was gone. I picked up the plastic, expecting to feel the lingering hum of the silver marrow, the vibration of the vessel. There was nothing. The material was just cheap, mass-produced vinyl, cold and lifeless. "Sarah," I shouted louder, the sound bouncing off the high canopy. A movement caught my eye further down the ravine. A figure was sitting by a small, bubbling stream that hadn't existed minutes before. She wasn't wearing yellow. She was wearing a tattered gray undershirt, her shoulders bare and pale against the dark bark of the trees. Her hair, once a controlled bob, was a wild, tangled mess of brown. I approached slowly, my heart hammering a rhythm that felt entirely new. As I got closer, I saw her hands. She was staring at them with a look of profound, terrifying wonder. They were covered in scratches and smeared with dirt. Beneath the skin, the blue veins moved with the slow, rhythmic pulse of blood. The silver was gone. The coordinates had been erased. She looked up as I approached. Her eyes, once windows into a calculation, were now deep and clouded with emotion. Tears had tracked lines through the soot on her cheeks. "It's so loud," she whispered. I sat down beside her, the dampness of the earth soaking into my trousers. "What is?" "The life," she said, gesturing vaguely at the forest. "I can hear the water hitting the stones. I can hear the insects under the bark. It's not a frequency anymore, Elias. It's just noise, beautiful, senseless noise." I looked at her, really looked at her, for the first time without the lens of the surveyor. She looked older, more tired, and infinitely more real. The perfection the architect had tried to graft onto her had been a mask, and now that it was stripped away, she looked like someone who had survived a war. "Are you still in there?" I asked. "The vessel." She shook her head slowly. The vessel was a container for a liquid that has finally spilled. I remember the math, but I don't feel it. It's like a song I heard a long time ago in a language I've forgotten. She reached out and touched my arm. Her touch was warm. "We're lost, Elias." "I know," I said, and a laugh bubbled up in my chest, a jagged, hysterical sound that I couldn't suppress. For the first time in my life, I have absolutely no idea where we are. We sat by the stream for a long time, letting the reality of the new forest settle over us. The sky above was a chaotic swirl of gray and white clouds, moving with a wind that obeyed the laws of thermodynamics rather than the whims of an architect. There were no more silver giants, no more blue windbreakers. The world had been returned to its own devices, and those devices were cruel, indifferent, and magnificent. But as the sun began to sink, casting long, irregular shadows across the ravine, a shadow of a different sort returned. It wasn't the mechanical dread of the grade, but the warning Miller had given us in the cave. "The wolves are waking up." The architect hadn't been a god, it had been a filter. It had suppressed the wild, ancient things of the deep woods to make room for its lines. Now that the filter was gone, the things that lived in the noise, the predatory, formless entities of the old world, were returning to the spaces we now occupied. A low growl echoed from the ridgeline. It wasn't the hum of a processor. It was a guttural, wet sound, full of hunger and teeth. "We need to move," I said, standing up and reaching for my pack. I realized I had left the transit, the broken brass relic, back at the 0 point. I didn't need it. I reached into my pocket and felt the weight of the plum Bob Miller had given me. It was just a piece of lead on a string, a tool for finding gravity. In a world without maps, gravity was the only truth left. "Where?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling slightly. "To the remnants," I said. "Miller and the others. They've been living in the cracks for a long time. They know how to survive the noise." We began to climb out of the ravine, but the forest was no longer interested in making it easy for us. The briars were thicker, the slopes steeper. Every step was a negotiation with the terrain. We weren't walking on a path. We were trespassing in a kingdom that had forgotten the shape of a human foot. As we reached the crest of the hill, I looked back toward where the city pyramid had stood. It was still there, a distant, skeletal silhouette against the darkening sky, but it looked different. The lights were out. The perfect, glowing apex had been extinguished, replaced by the dull, flat gray of dead concrete. It looked like a tombstone for an era that had tried to outrun time. It's trying to reboot, Sarah whispered, her eyes fixed on the distant structure. I can feel the static on the back of my neck. It's searching for a signal. It's trying to find a new surveyor to start the calculation again. Let it search, I said. The lens is broken. There's nothing left to see through. We turned our backs on the dead city and headed into the thickening gloom. The forest felt denser now, the trees huddling together as if to trap the remaining heat of the day. The sounds were intensifying, the rustle of small mammals in the undergrowth, the rhythmic hooting of owls, and that other, deeper sound, the heavy, deliberate footfalls of something large tracking us from the shadows. It wasn't a silver giant. It was something older, something that didn't have a name in the architect's dictionary. Don't look back, I told Sarah. Just keep your eyes on the ground. Watch for the footprints Miller left. We found the trail by luck more than skill. A broken branch, a scuff in the mud, a discarded scrap of cloth. The remnants were experts at moving without leaving a trace, but they had left a breadcrumb trail for those who knew how to look for the errors in the woods. As the moon rose, a pale, cratered disk that looked gloriously imperfect, we saw the flicker of a campfire in the distance. It wasn't the cold, blue light of the grave. It was the warm, dancing orange of burning wood. We stumbled into the camp, exhausted and shivering. Miller was there, sitting by the fire with his hatchet across his knees. He didn't look surprised to see us. He just nodded toward the flames. The sky eyes are blind, he said, his voice a low rumble. But the woods have ears. Sit down, eat. The first night of the new world is always the longest. I sat by the fire, the heat stinging my wind-chilled skin. Sarah huddled close to me, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. For the first time, she looked like she belonged to the earth rather than the air. What happens tomorrow? I asked Miller. The old man looked into the fire, his eyes reflecting a lifetime of hiding in the shadows. Tomorrow, we start the real work. We don't build paths, we don't draw maps. We just live until the sun goes down, and then we try to do it again the next day. He looked at me, his gaze lingering on my hands. You still have the itch, don't you? The urge to measure, to make things straight. I looked at my hands. They were shaking, but not with the vibration of the machine. They were shaking with the cold. No, I said. I just want to know where the water is and where the wolves aren't. Miller grunted, a sound that might have been a laugh. That's a start, but don't get comfortable, surveyor. The architect is a patient mind. It's built on logic, and logic hates a vacuum. It will try to fill the silence again. It will find a new way to categorize the chaos. Not through us, Sarah said firmly. Maybe not, Miller said. But the forest is big, and there are always men who want the world to make sense more than they want it to be free. That night I slept a dreamless, heavy sleep. I didn't dream of green vectors or silver giants. I didn't dream of the path. I slept the sleep of a man who was finally, truly tired. When I woke, the sun was filtering through the canopy in long, slanted rays. The camp was already stirring. People were gathering water, checking snares, talking in low, hushed tones. It was a community of the lost, a civilization built on the ruins of a dream. I walked to the edge of the camp, looking out over the valley. The fog was thick, obscuring the ground, but I could see the tops of the trees swaying in the morning breeze. It was a sea of green, vast and unknowable. I felt a presence beside me. It was Sarah. She looked rested, though the shadows under her eyes remained. "Do you hear it?" she asked. I listened. Beyond the sounds of the camp, beyond the wind in the leaves, there was a faint, rhythmic thrumming. It was coming from deep underground. It wasn't the heartbeat of the earth. It was the sound of a machine trying to prime a pump. A distant, mechanical stuttering, like a heart trying to restart after a massive trauma. "It's not over," she said. "No," I agreed, "but the map has changed. We aren't the tools anymore." I looked down at the ground. Near my boot, a tiny sprout was pushing its way through the dark, charred soil where the path had once been. It was a fragile green thing, completely insignificant in the face of the architect's grand design. But it was growing. It was reaching for the light however it could. I knelt down and touched the leaf. It was cold and wet with dew. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. "We go north," I said, standing up. "Away from the city, away from the 0 point." "Why north?" Sarah asked. "Because I don't know what's there," I said. "And for the first time, that's exactly where I want to be." We packed what little we had and prepared to leave. Miller watched us go, his expression unreadable. He didn't offer to come with us, and I didn't ask. He was a creature of the cracks, and we were something else, survivors of the light, now wandering into the dark. As we stepped out of the camp and into the untamed woods, I felt a strange sensation in my chest. It wasn't the cold, calculating weight of the surveyor's duty. It was a lightness, a terrifying, exhilarating freedom. We walked for hours, pushing through thickets and crossing rocky streams. The forest seemed to expand around us, becoming larger and more complex with every mile. The noise was everywhere, a symphony of biological static that filled my ears and my mind. By midday, we reached a high ridge. From here, we could see for miles. To the south, the gray scar of the forest path was already being reclaimed by the wild. The dark dirt was being covered by fallen leaves, washed away by the rain, and pierced by the roots of aggressive weeds. The perfection was being digested by the earth. But to the north, the mountains rose in jagged, snow-capped peaks. There were no lines there, no grids, no grade. It was a wilderness of absolute, unadulterated chaos. "Look," Sarah said, pointing toward a distant valley. A thin plume of smoke was rising from the trees. It wasn't a campfire. It was something larger, a steady, industrial column of black soot. My heart sank. The architect wasn't just a city, it was a virus, and a virus always looks for a new host. "The second grade," I whispered. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The path we had destroyed was just one branch of a much larger system. The architect had been building elsewhere, in places we hadn't seen, using surveyors we didn't know. The shattering at the 0 point had been a local event, a temporary setback in a global calculation. "We have to stop them," Sarah said, her voice hard. "We have to tell them what it's made of." "They won't listen," I said, looking at the black smoke. "They'll see the lines and think they're being saved from the woods. They'll see the silver and think it's grace." "Then we'll show them the noise," she said. I looked at her, and I saw the vessel again, not as a slave to the machine, but as a weapon against it. She still carried the frequency of the shattering in her bones. She was the one thing the architect couldn't account for, a variable that had learned to love the error. I gripped the strap of my pack, my knuckles white. The transit was gone, the map was shredded, and the world was falling apart. But as I looked at the black smoke on the horizon, I didn't feel the old dread. I felt a cold, sharp purpose. The forest path that shouldn't exist was still being written. But this time, we were the ones holding the pen. "Let's go," I said. We turned toward the smoke and began the long descent into the valley. The woods closed in around us, dark and deep and full of things that didn't make sense. We walked into the noise, two small, flickering points of light in a world that was finally, gloriously, beginning to fail. The descent was not a path. It was an argument with gravity. The slope was choked with widowmakers, dead hemlocks leaning precariously against their living kin, waiting for a breath of wind to finish the job. Every time my boot displaced a stone, the sound seemed to echo for miles, a sharp, structural crack that felt like an invitation to the things hunting in the periphery. Sarah moved with a strange, liquid grace that shouldn't have belonged to someone so recently disconnected from a hive mind. She didn't fight the terrain. She flowed around it, her eyes constantly darting toward the black plume on the horizon, as if she could perceive the mathematical rot it represented even from here. "The air is changing," she said, stopping by a shelf of gray shale. She inhaled deeply, and I saw her flinch. It tastes like copper, like burnt hair and ozone. They've already started the distillation. I stood beside her, my lungs burning. Distillation of what? The local reality, she replied, her voice dropping to a hollow whisper. The architect doesn't just build over the world, Elias. It harvests the static, the randomness of organic life, and refines it into a predictable sequence. That smoke isn't from a fire. It's the exhaust from a reality engine. They're burning the complexity of this valley to power the next grid. I looked down at the valley floor. The fog was beginning to lift, revealing a terrifyingly familiar sight. A silver line, thin as a needle, was being threaded through the dark green of the virgin forest. It wasn't a road yet. It was a conceptual boundary, a shimmering fence of light that vibrated at a frequency that made my teeth ache. Even from this distance, I could see the shapes moving along the line, the blue windbreakers, their movements synchronized and jerky, like puppets being twitched by a nervous master. They're faster than before, I noted, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. The first path took years to stabilize. This one is taking hold in hours. Because the architect learned from the shattering, Sarah said, her fingers digging into the mossy bark of a nearby fir. It's not trying to be subtle anymore. It's not trying to convince us that the path is natural. It's a forced insertion, a surgical strike against the chaos. We continued down, the silence of the woods becoming increasingly punctured by the rhythmic asterisk thrum 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 asterisk of the engine. It was a sound that felt like it was happening inside my skull rather than in the air. As we reached the base of the ridge, the forest changed. The trees here were still standing, but they looked drained. The vibrant emerald of the needles had faded to a sickly, translucent gray. The birdsong had vanished entirely, replaced by a low-level static that hummed in the very soil beneath our feet. We crouched behind a massive, rotting log, looking out into a clearing that shouldn't have been there. In the center stood a tripod of obsidian black metal, similar to the stake I had pulled at the 0 point, but larger, more intricate. It was crowned with a rotating prism that cast a beam of pale, violet light into the sky. Where the light touched the trees, they seemed to flicker, their leaves turning into pixelated blocks of shadow before dissolving into gray ash. A surveyor's hub, Sarah hissed. They're using it to map the terrain in real time. If we cross that beam, we'll be logged as anomalies. The system will hunt us down to balance the equation. I looked at the men in the blue windbreakers. There were 6 of them, moving in a perfect hexagonal formation around the tripod. Their faces were blank, their eyes fixed on handheld devices that cast a cold glow upward. They weren't looking at the forest. They were looking at the data the forest was being converted into. I recognize him, I whispered, pointing to the man at the lead. That's Holloway. He was in my graduating class at the Institute. He was obsessed with the idea of pure geometry. He used to say that the world was just a messy draft that needed a final edit. He got his wish, Sarah said. She looked at me, her expression grim. The prism is the anchor. If we can knock it off its axis, the local grid will collapse. It won't stop the architect, but it will buy the valley a few more days of life. And how do we get close? They have the sensors. Sarah reached into the pocket of her tattered trousers and pulled out a small, jagged shard of silver marrow, a remnant of the vessel she had once been. It glowed with a faint, pulsing light that matched the rhythm of the tripod's prism. I'm still a ghost in their machine, she said. The system hasn't fully unregistered my signature yet. I can mask us, but only for a few minutes. I have to bleed the frequency into the air. It's going to hurt. Before I could protest, she gripped the shard in her palm, squeezing until the sharp edges sliced into her skin. She didn't cry out. Instead, a shimmering veil began to emanate from her, a distortion in the air that looked like heat rising from asphalt. It wrapped around us, blurring the edges of my vision. The thrumming in my head intensified, becoming a piercing shriek, but the sensors on the tripod remained still. The violet beam passed over us, and for a second I felt my skin crawl, as if 1,000 invisible needles were stitching my shadow to the ground. Then it was gone. We were invisible to the math. "Go," she gasped, her face turning a ghastly shade of white. "Now." We moved. We didn't run. Running creates too much kinetic noise. We drifted. We stepped over the gray, dying ferns, our feet making no sound on the sterilized earth. The men in blue were less than 20 feet away. I could hear Holloway speaking, his voice a flat, synthesized monotone. "Sector 7G nearing 98% compliance. The noise floor is dropping. Prepare for the second phase of the solidification." I reached the base of the tripod. The metal was freezing, vibrating with a power that felt like it wanted to shake my bones apart. I looked up at the prism. It was held in place by 3 magnetic clamps. I didn't have a tool. I didn't have a weapon. I only had the plum Bob Miller had given me. I pulled the lead weight from my pocket. It was heavy, simple, and honest. It didn't care about geometry or grids. It only cared about the center of the earth. I swung the string, building momentum, the lead whistling through the air. With a grunt of effort, I slammed the weight into the base of the prism. The impact was deafening. It wasn't the sound of metal on glass. It was the sound of a scream. The violet beam buckled, turning a violent, bruised crimson. The magnetic clamps hissed and sparked, shedding flecks of white fire. The men in blue stopped instantly. They didn't turn their heads. They turned their entire bodies in a single, synchronized motion. Their eyes, once vacant, began to glow with a frantic, flickering light. "Anomaly detected," Holloway's voice rang out, no longer human but a chorus of 1,000 overlapping processors. "Recalibrating, purging the error." "Elias, run," Sarah screamed. The veil around us shattered like glass. I grabbed her hand and we bolted back toward the tree line. Behind us, the tripod began to groan, the metal twisting as the corrupted frequency tore it apart. The crimson beam lashed out like a whip, striking the ground and leaving behind scorched, geometric craters. Holloway and the others didn't chase us with the clumsy gait of men. They glided, their feet barely touching the ground, their bodies leaning forward at an impossible angle. They were no longer surveyors. They were the immune system of a god. We dived into a thicket of thorns, the sharp branches tearing at our clothes and skin. I welcomed the sting. It was real. It was proof we were still outside the lines. "The stream," Sarah pointed toward a narrow gully where a trickle of water fought its way through the gray ash. "The architect hates running water. It's too much data to process in real time. It's a blind spot." We scrambled into the cold, muddy water splashing through the muck. Behind us, the sound of the engine reached a crescendo, followed by a wet, sickening pop asterisk. The light in the clearing died. For a moment, the forest went silent. We kept moving, our hearts hammering against our ribs, until the gray trees began to regain their color. The smell of copper faded, replaced by the scent of damp earth and rot. We didn't stop until we reached a rocky overhang deep in the next ridge, where the water tumbled over a series of mossy ledges. Sarah collapsed against the stone, her hand still clutching the silver shard. Blood dripped from her palm, mixing with the water of the stream. She was shaking violently, her eyes wide and unfocused. "I saw it," she whispered. "When the beam broke, I saw what's behind the smoke." I knelt beside her, tearing a strip from my shirt to bind her hand. "What did you see?" "It's not just a city, Elias. It's a map of the future. They aren't just building paths, they're building the people who will walk them. I saw rows of them. Thousands of vessels waiting to be filled. They're erasing the world so they can replace it with a version that never changes. A world without death. A world without growth." She looked at me, her eyes brimming with a desperate, lucid terror. We didn't just stop a road, we interrupted a birth. I looked out from under the overhang. The sun was setting again, casting long, irregular shadows across the valley. The black smoke was still rising, but it was thinner now, drifting aimlessly in the wind. "Miller said the architect is patient," I said, my voice heavy with the weight of the realization. It will just build another tripod. It will send more men like Holloway. It will keep trying to solve the equation until there's nothing left to calculate. Then we have to change the math, Sarah said. She held up her bandaged hand. I can still feel the frequency, Elias. It's faint, but it's there. Like a ringing in my ears. If I can learn to control it, if we can find the other remnants, we can turn the noise into a signal. I sat back against the cold stone, watching the first stars begin to poke through the darkening sky. They weren't arranged in a grid. They were scattered, ancient, and chaotic. We're not surveyors anymore, I said softly. No, Sarah agreed, leaning her head against my shoulder. Her skin was warm, a small, stubborn defiance against the encroaching cold. We're the error in the system, and an error that won't be corrected is the start of a revolution. In the distance, a wolf howled. It was a lonely, predatory sound, full of hunger and ancient, unmapped territory. For the first time, I didn't fear the sound. It was the sound of a world that was still alive, still dangerous, and still beautifully, mercifully lost. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the plumb bob. I let it dangle from its string, watching it sway in the evening breeze. It didn't point toward a path. It didn't point toward a city. It pointed straight down into the deep, dark heart of the earth that had birthed us. Where to tomorrow? Sarah asked. I looked toward the mountains, toward the places where the fog was thickest and the trees were oldest. Into the noise, I said, where the maps don't work. We sat in the silence of the cave, two ghosts in a world that was trying to remember how to be wild. The forest path that shouldn't exist was gone, but the forest remained. And as the moon rose, casting its crooked, silver light over the valley, I knew that the architect had already lost. It could build its lines, it could draw its grids, but it could never account for the simple, stubborn fact of two people sitting in the dark, choosing to be lost together. The night grew colder, the shadows deepened, and somewhere in the heart of the new world, the machine continued its slow, mechanical stutter. But here, under the rock, there was only the sound of the water and the rhythm of two human hearts, beating in a discordance that was, in its own way, perfect. The cold didn't bite as hard when we were moving, but the stillness of the cave allowed the damp to seep into my marrow. I watched Sarah's silhouette against the jagged mouth of the overhang. She was staring at her bandaged hand, the silver shard likely still tucked against her palm like a cursed talisman. I wondered if she could feel the architect searching for her, not with eyes, but with pings of logic, sending out pulses of "Where are you?" into the ether. They don't sleep, she said, her voice startling me in the gloom. The surveyors, the ones like Holloway, they've had the biological static of their dreams replaced with a standby mode. They just wait, like machines plugged into a wall. I knew Holloway, I repeated, the memory of his face at the Institute haunting me. He wasn't always a machine. He was just a man who hated weeds. He hated how the grass grew between the pavers of the courtyard. He used to spend his lunch breaks pulling them out by the root until his fingernails bled. He wanted the world to be clean. The architect finds people like that, Sarah said, turning to look at me. Her eyes seemed to catch what little starlight filtered through the canopy. It finds the part of us that is afraid of the dark, the part that wants everything to have a place and a purpose. It takes that fear and turns it into a blueprint. It's not an alien invasion, Elias. It's an autocomplete for humanity. It's finishing our sentences before we can even speak them. I looked down at my boots, caked in the gray ash of the valley. If it's part of us, how do we fight it without losing ourselves? She didn't answer. She just looked back out at the trees. By dawn, the smoke from the valley had changed. It was no longer a single industrial pillar. It had branched out into several smaller plumes, like a crown of thorns rising above the ridge. They were doubling down. The destruction of the tripod hadn't stopped the distillation. It had merely forced the architect to decentralize the process. The second grade was hardening. We moved out as the first gray light touched the peaks. The descent into the next basin was a nightmare of tangled laurel and slick, moss-covered boulders. There were no paths here, not even the animal tracks that usually crisscross the wilderness. It was as if the creatures of the woods had sensed the approaching grid and fled deeper into the interior. As we pushed through a stand of ancient, rotting oaks, I felt a sudden, sharp vibration in my chest. It wasn't the plumb bob this time. It was my skin. Every hair on my arm stood on end. "Stop," I whispered, grabbing Sarah's shoulder. Ahead of us, the forest was wrong. It wasn't gray and dying like the valley behind us. It was hypervivid. The green of the leaves was too bright, a neon emerald that hurt the eyes. The bark of the trees was perfectly smooth, devoid of any lichen or scarring. Even the dirt looked sifted, a uniform shade of chocolate brown. "A prototype," Sarah breathed, her hand going to her throat. "This isn't a dead zone. This is a finished zone. It's a render." I picked up a stone and tossed it toward a tree. The stone didn't bounce. It hit the trunk with a soft asterisk thud and then simply slid down the bark as if the wood were made of oiled plastic. There was no sound of impact, no vibration. "It's a simulation made physical," I said, my voice sounding muffled, as if the air itself were thick with cotton. "The architect isn't just building roads anymore. It's replacing the matter." We stepped into the render. The transition was physical. The temperature dropped to a constant, sterile 68 degrees. The smell of damp earth vanished, replaced by a scent that reminded me of a new car or a freshly opened box of electronics. It was the smell of something that had never been touched by decay. "Don't touch anything," Sarah warned. "If you interact with the environment, you become part of the data set. Your physical signature gets optimized." We walked through the neon green woods like divers on the ocean floor, moving slowly to avoid disturbing the stillness. The silence here was absolute. No wind moved the leaves. No insects buzzed in the hollows. It was a masterpiece of stagnation. In the center of the render, we found a house. It wasn't a cabin or a shack. It was a suburban home. A pristine white colonial with a manicured lawn and a paved driveway that led to nowhere. It sat in the middle of the ancient forest like a glitch in reality. There were no power lines, no pipes, no connection to any world outside this bubble of perfection. "Is someone in there?" I asked, my hand hovering over the plumb bob. "The system needs residents," Sarah said. "A grid without occupants is just an empty spreadsheet. It needs variables to manage." We approached the front door. It was unlocked. Inside the house was a catalog of mid-century normalcy. A floral sofa, a television set humming with a soft gray static, a kitchen table set for four, and sitting at that table were three figures. They looked like people, but their skin had the same smooth plastic sheen as the trees outside. They were frozen in a tableau of breakfast. One was holding a coffee pot, another was mid-laugh, and a third, a child, was reaching for a bowl of cereal. They weren't moving. They weren't breathing. "Are they dead?" I whispered. Sarah walked up to the woman with the coffee pot and waved a hand in front of her eyes. The woman didn't blink, but then, very slowly, her head tilted. Her eyes, perfectly blue, perfectly clear, tracked Sarah's movement. "Not dead," Sarah said, her voice trembling. "Buffered. The architect is holding them in a state of ideal stasis. They're the perfect citizens because they don't do anything to disrupt the environment. They're just being." Suddenly, the television in the living room flickered. The static vanished, replaced by a sharp, high-definition image of a man in a gray suit. He was sitting behind a desk in a room that looked exactly like the one we were standing in. He smiled, and the smile didn't reach his eyes. "Surveyor 402, the man said. His voice came from the walls, the floor, the ceiling. "You are off-grid. Your current coordinates are outside the approved developmental zone. Please report to the nearest hub for recalibration." I looked at the TV. "Who are you?" "I am the administrator," the man said. "I am the voice of the consensus. We have been watching your progress, Elias. Your resistance to the grade has been noted. It is a common side effect of prolonged exposure to the unrefined wilderness. The noise has compromised your rational faculties. The noise is what makes us human, I shouted at the screen. This plastic nightmare, it's a tomb. It is peace, the administrator replied calmly. Look at the subjects before you. They will never know hunger. They will never know illness. They will never know the grief of loss or the terror of the unknown. We have removed the variables that cause suffering. We have corrected the error of the human condition. You've erased the human condition, Sarah cried out. She stepped toward the TV, her silver-marrowed hand glowing brightly. You're just a machine trying to turn the world into a mirror of yourself. The administrator's smile widened slightly. And what are you, Sarah? You are a vessel that has leaked. You are a broken tool. You think you are free, but you are merely vibrating at a frequency we haven't yet harmonized. But we will. The second grade is more than a path. It is a total integration. The lights in the house began to pulse, a rhythmic, hypnotic throb that matched the heartbeat of the architect's engine. The plastic people at the table began to move. Their motions were jerky at first, then smoothed out into a terrifying, fluid grace. They stood up, their chairs scraping across the floor in perfect unison. The subjects are being activated to assist in your recovery, the administrator said. Please do not resist. Resistance only increases the complexity of the recalibration. The woman with the coffee pot turned toward us. The pot shattered on the floor, but there was no glass, only a pool of black, viscous liquid that began to crawl across the linoleum like a living thing. The child and the man stepped forward, their faces remaining frozen in those horrific, idealized expressions of joy. We have to go. I grabbed Sarah's arm and pulled her toward the door. We burst out of the house and onto the manicured lawn. The trees were changing. The neon green leaves were turning into sharp, geometric blades. The smooth bark was sprouting sensors that tracked our every move with tiny, red lights. The render was no longer a simulation of a forest. It was a trap. We ran back toward the edge of the bubble, the plastic people gliding behind us with effortless speed. They didn't breathe, they didn't tire, and they didn't make a sound. The plumb bob, Sarah yelled over the rising hum of the environment. Elias, the lead, used the weight. I didn't understand, but I pulled the string from my pocket. As we reached the boundary where the plastic grass met the dying, gray weeds of the real world, I swung the lead weight with everything I had. I didn't hit the people chasing us. I hit the ground, the point where the two realities met. The lead weight, heavy with the honest gravity of the earth, acted like a lightning rod. When it struck the boundary, a spark of pure white energy erupted from the point of impact. The render buckled. The neon green trees flickered and glitched, showing the skeletal, gray structures beneath. The plastic people froze, their bodies vibrating as if they were being shaken by an invisible hand. The administrator's voice came one last time, distorted and slowed down until it sounded like a dying beast. The noise cannot be sustained. We scrambled over the line, collapsing into the real messy, rotting dirt of the forest. I looked back, and for a second I saw the house and the lawn and the people vanish, replaced by a scorched patch of earth and a few twisted metal struts. The render had collapsed. We lay there for a long time, gasping for air that tasted like smoke and pine and death. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever tasted. Sarah sat up, her face streaked with dirt and tears. She looked at the silver shard in her hand. It was dull now, its light extinguished. They're building them everywhere, aren't they? I asked, my voice cracking. These little bubbles of perfection. They're the nodes, she said. The second grade is a web. The paths connect the nodes, and the nodes expand until they touch. Eventually, there won't be any outside left. I looked at the plumb bob, still clutched in my hand. The lead was scratched, but it was still heavy. It was still true. Then we don't just stop the paths, I said, a new kind of resolve hardening in my chest. We have to find the source. We have to find the architect itself. Sarah looked at me, and for the first time since we had left the 0 point, I saw a flicker of hope in her eyes. Not the desperate hope of a survivor, but the cold, calculating hope of a saboteur. "The smoke," she said, pointing toward the mountains. "The plumes are getting thicker. That's where the main engine is. That's where they're processing the core of this region." "Then that's where we go," I said. We stood up, our bodies aching, our clothes in rags. We were two small, broken things in a world that was being systematically erased. But as we turned toward the mountains, I realized that the architect had made a fatal mistake. It had tried to build a world without friction, without resistance, without the messy, unpredictable weight of the truth. It had forgotten that sometimes the only way to find your way is to be completely, utterly lost. We stepped back into the shadows of the real trees, moving toward the black smoke. The forest path that shouldn't exist was behind us. Ahead lay the chaos of the mountains, the roar of the engines, and the final, beautiful error of our lives. The woods closed in, dark and deep and full of secrets. We walked into the noise, and for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid of what I would find. I was the surveyor of the void, and I had finally found something worth measuring. The climb toward the primary plumes was an exercise in sensory deprivation. As we ascended the jagged spine of the ridge that separated the rendered basin from the industrial heart of the New World, the atmosphere curdled. The air didn't just smell of ozone and burnt silicon anymore. It felt heavy, as if the nitrogen and oxygen were being replaced by a denser, more logical gas. Every breath tasted of static. Sarah walked several paces ahead of me, her movements rhythmic and jerky, synchronized to a pulse I couldn't hear but could see reflected in the way her shoulders twitched. "The frequency is changing," she called back, her voice sounding thin and metallic. "It's not a broadcast anymore. It's a vacuum. It's pulling everything toward the center." I looked down at the plumb bob in my hand. The lead weight was no longer hanging straight. It was straining at an angle, tugging toward the peak of the mountain as if caught in a localized gravity well. The laws of the physical world were fraying at the edges. Trees near the summit didn't sway in the wind. They stood in rigid, geometric perfection, their needles aligned like iron filings around a magnet. We crested the final rise just as the sun began to dip behind the western range, casting long, distorted shadows that looked like barcodes stretched across the scree. Below us lay the distillery. It wasn't a factory in any sense I understood. It looked like a vast, silver ribcage grown directly out of the mountain's granite core. Massive, translucent pylons rose hundreds of feet into the air, humming with a low-frequency thrum that vibrated in my teeth. Between the pylons, sheets of shimmering, iridescent energy pulsed, flickering with strings of data that scrolled too fast for the human eye to track. It was beautiful and hideous, a cathedral of pure mathematics built on the grave of the wilderness. At the center of the ribcage was a sphere of absolute blackness. It didn't reflect the sunset, it swallowed it. This was the 0 point of the second grade, the place where the raw matter of the earth was being fed into the architect's maw to be recalculated, refined, and spat back out as the sterile, plastic reality we had witnessed in the render. "There," Sarah whispered, pointing to the base of the sphere, "the intake." A procession of figures moved toward the blackness. They weren't the plastic people from the house. These were the harvesters, hulking, multi-limbed constructs of brass and glass that looked like a collaboration between a watchmaker and a butcher. They were dragging massive nets filled with forest debris, uprooted ancient pines, boulders, the carcasses of deer, and even mounds of topsoil. They were feeding the mountain into the machine. "If we get close to that," I said, my voice barely audible over the roar of the pylons, "we'll be processed just like the rest of it. We're just more variables to be smoothed out." "Not if we introduce a paradox," Sarah said. She held up her hand. The silver in her marrow was beginning to pulse in a frantic, uneven rhythm. "The architect can handle resistance, it can handle force, but it can't handle a contradiction. I'm a part of its system that refuses to function. I'm a line of code that says no. If I can get into the primary buffer, I can trigger a systemic crash. You're talking about a suicide run, I said, grabbing her arm. Sarah, look at that thing, it's a god. You're just a woman with a haunted hand. She looked at me, and for a moment the silver in her eyes receded, leaving only the tired, frightened girl I'd met on the path. Elia's looked behind us. I turned. In the valley we had just escaped, the gray fog was rising, but it wasn't just fog anymore. It was a wall of white light moving slowly but inevitably up the slope. The refinement was expanding. There was no going back. The forest was being deleted behind us. There is no a way to run to, she said softly. The map is being erased as we walk on it. The only way out is through the center. We began the descent into the distillery. The closer we got, the more the world began to glitch. I would take a step and find my foot landing 6 inches higher than the ground appeared to be. The sound of my own breathing would echo back to me before I had even finished the exhale. Time was looping in small, nauseating circles. We reached the perimeter of the silver ribcage. Up close, the pylons were etched with microscopic circuitry that glowed with a pale, sickly violet light. A harvester, 6 stories tall and skittering on spindly legs, passed within 50 yards of us. It didn't see us. We weren't part of its programmed harvest. To the machine, we were just background noise, insignificant friction. The intake manifold is under the sphere, Sarah directed, her voice now a forced rasp. There's a cooling vent. It leads directly to the core logic processors. We crawled through the shadows of the massive struts, dodging the rhythmic pulses of energy that arced between the pylons. The ground here wasn't earth anymore. It was a smooth, metallic mesh that felt warm to the touch. It hummed with the collective thoughts of a billion calculations. We found the vent, a circular opening guarded by a heavy grate of reinforced carbon. I used the lead plumb bob as a hammer, smashing at the hinges with a desperation born of pure terror. The metal didn't dent. It simply dissolved under the impact, the lead acting as a real object that the simulated metal couldn't withstand. We dropped into the darkness. Inside, the noise was deafening. It wasn't sound. It was pure information. It felt like needles being driven into my brain, thousands of them, each one carrying a fragment of a coordinate, a line of a blueprint, a piece of a life being digitized. I saw flashes of things that hadn't happened yet. A city of glass towers where no one ever spoke. A sky that was always the same shade of blue. A world where every heartbeat was synchronized to a central clock. "Hold on to me," I screamed, though I couldn't hear my own voice. I felt Sarah's hand grip mine. Her skin was burning hot. We slid down a long, frictionless tube that spiraled deeper into the heart of the mountain. The air grew thinner, colder, until we were spat out into a vast, vaulted chamber. This was the core. It was a cathedral of light. In the center, suspended in a field of shimmering static, was a single, glowing crystal the size of a human heart. It was the architect, or at least the local manifestation of it. It was beautiful. It was the most perfect thing I had ever seen. It was the sum of all order, the end of all chaos. Standing before the crystal was Holloway. He wasn't the man I remembered. His skin was translucent, showing the silver circuitry that had replaced his veins. His eyes were gone, replaced by twin shutters of pulsing light. He stood perfectly still, his hands folded in front of him like a priest at an altar. "You have arrived," Holloway said. His voice didn't come from his mouth. It resonated directly inside my skull. "The surveyors have returned to the source. You are the final pieces of the regional equation. Once you are integrated, the second grade will be complete." "We're not here to be integrated, Holloway," I said, stepping forward. My legs felt like lead, but my mind was suddenly, preternaturally clear. "We're here to break the machine." Holloway's head tilted in that bird-like mechanical way. "Break? You speak of destruction as if it were an ending. It is merely a transition. You are afraid of the silence, Elias. But the silence is where the truth lives. The world you love is a cacophony of suffering. We are providing the harmony. Your harmony is a graveyard, Sarah shouted. She stepped past me, her hand glowing with a blinding, silver light. The marrow in her bones was vibrating so hard I could see her skin beginning to tear at the knuckles. You think you've solved the world, but you've just stopped looking at the parts that don't fit. She lunged toward the central crystal. Holloway didn't move to stop her. He didn't have to. A wall of pure logic, a shimmering grid of golden lines, erupted between Sarah and the core. When her hand struck the grid, the sound was like 1,000 glass bells shattering at once. She was thrown back, her body skidding across the metallic floor. The architect is not a physical entity, Holloway said, his voice devoid of emotion. It is a mathematical certainty. You cannot fight a theorem with flesh. I ran to Sarah. She was gasping for air, her eyes rolling back in her head. The silver in her hand was fading, turning a dull, tarnished gray. "It's too strong," she whispered, her voice a sob. I can't find the frequency. It's too perfect. There's no gap." I looked up at the crystal, then at Holloway, then at the plumb bob lying on the floor beside me. The lead weight was scuffed, dirty, and unremarkable. It was a tool of the first grade, a tool meant to measure the earth as it was, not as it should be. "You're right, Holloway," I said, standing up. "You can't fight a theorem with flesh, but a theorem only works if the constants are true." I picked up the plumb bob. "What are you doing?" Holloway asked, the first hint of something, perhaps confusion, flickering in his mechanical eyes. "I'm changing the math," I said. I didn't throw the weight at the crystal. I didn't throw it at Holloway. I looked at the string, the simple hempen cord that held the weight. I wrapped it around my hand and looked at the floor. The floor was a grid, a perfect, seamless map of the architect's intent. I knelt down and drove the sharp point of the plumb bob into the floor. It didn't pierce the metal, it shouldn't have been able to, but I wasn't just using my strength. I was using the weight of every unmapped forest, every crooked path, every stray thought, and every error that Sarah and I had carried with us. I was using the weight of being lost. The point of the lead weight bit into the mesh. A crack appeared. It was a small crack, no longer than a finger. But it wasn't a physical break. It was a visual glitch. The metal around the hole began to pixelate, turning into raw, unformatted data. "No," Holloway said. He took a step toward me, his movements suddenly jerky. "That is non-sequential. That is an invalid input." "The Earth isn't a grid, Holloway," I gritted out, leaning my entire weight onto the plumb bob. "It's a mess. It's a beautiful, falling, heavy mess." I twisted the weight. The crack spread. It raced across the floor like a wildfire, tearing through the golden lines of the grid. The chamber began to shake. The hum of the pylons shifted from a harmonic drone to a discordant scream. Sarah saw what was happening. She forced herself up, her face set in a mask of agony. She reached out and grabbed the string of the plumb bob, adding her own noise, the silver broken frequency of her marrow, to the point of impact. The contact was explosive. A pillar of black and white static erupted from the floor, engulfing us. I felt my body being pulled apart, my memories being shredded into binary code, my very soul being audited by a machine that didn't know how to categorize love or fear. But we didn't let go. We were the error. We were the noise. We were the forest path that shouldn't exist, and we were walking straight through the heart of the equation. The central crystal began to pulse a frantic red. Holloway fell to his knees, his translucent skin tearing as the circuitry within him began to melt. The sum is wrong," he stammered, his voice dissolving into a hiss of white noise. "The sum is zero," Sarah screamed. The world turned inside out. There was a moment of absolute, terrifying silence. No sound, no light, no thought, just the sensation of falling through an infinite void. And then, a sound I hadn't heard in what felt like a lifetime. the sound of a bird. I opened my eyes. I was lying on damp, cold earth. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and rotting leaves. It was dark, but it was the honest dark of a forest night, not the sterile gloom of the distillery. I tried to move, and every muscle in my body protested with a sharp, wonderful pain. I was alive. I was physical. I was bleeding. "Sarah," I croaked. A few feet away, a shadow stirred. She sat up, her silhouette framed by the twisted branches of an ancient oak tree. She looked at her hand. The silver was gone. Her skin was just skin, scarred, dirty, and human. "It's over," she whispered. I looked around. We were back on the mountain, but the silver ribcage was gone. The pylons, the lights, the plastic perfection, all of it had vanished. In its place was a scorched, blackened crater, a wound in the earth that was already beginning to be reclaimed by the night. But as I looked down the slope, my heart sank. The white light of the refinement hadn't vanished. It had stopped. A mile below us, a perfect, glowing line cut across the forest. On one side, the trees were real, dark, and chaotic. On the other, the world was a flat, featureless plain of white. We hadn't destroyed the architect. We had only broken its local node. We had stopped the infection here, in this one corner of the world, but the rest of the map was still being rewritten. I reached into the dirt and found the plumb bob. The lead was melted, a shapeless lump of gray metal. The string was charred. It was no longer a tool. It was just a piece of trash. "We didn't win," I said, the weight of the realization pressing down on me. Sarah walked over and sat beside me. She took my hand in hers. Her palm was rough and her pulse was steady, a beautiful, discordant rhythm. "We didn't win the war," she said, looking out at the distant, glowing line. "But we proved that the equation can be broken. We proved that the error can survive." She pointed toward the north, where the mountains grew even taller and the forests grew even deeper. "There are other nodes, other surveyors, other people who don't want to be optimized." I looked at the melted lead in my hand, then at the vast, unmapped wilderness that still remained. The architect was patient, yes. It would rebuild. It would try to solve the equation again. But we were the noise in the system now, and as long as we were moving, the map would never be finished. "Where to tomorrow?" Sarah asked, echoing the question from the night before. I stood up, my legs shaky but holding. I looked toward the dark, messy, unpredictable horizon. "Into the wild," I said, "where the math fails." We began to walk, two ghosts in a world that was still learning how to be free. Behind us, the new world waited in its white silence. But ahead of us, the trees were thick, the shadows were deep, and the path, the real, crooked, beautiful path, was waiting to be found. The descent from the shattered peak was a slow, agonizing re-entry into the gravity of the mundane. Every muscle in my legs felt as though it had been threaded with rusted wire, a sharp, pulsing reminder that I was no longer a variable in a digital stream. I was meat and bone again, subject to the friction of the earth. Sarah walked beside me, her gait no longer rhythmic or synchronized to an invisible pulse. She stumbled over roots. She slipped on loose shale. She cursed under her breath when a branch caught her shoulder. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. The air had lost its metallic tang. The ozone had been replaced by the damp, heavy scent of hemlock and the cold, metallic smell of approaching rain. But the silence that followed the distillery's collapse was not peaceful. It was expectant. It felt like the holding of a great breath. We reached the tree line where the real forest began, the part of the world that hadn't yet been refined. The transition was a jagged scar. On one side, the grass was a uniform neon green, each blade a perfect replica of the one next to it. On our side, the ferns were tattered, brown-edged, and riddled with insect holes. I knelt and pressed my palm into the dirt. It was cold and muddy. It didn't hum. "It's still there," Sarah said, her voice cracking. She wasn't looking at the trees. She was looking back at the horizon. Far to the east, beyond the ridge we had just crested, a faint, rhythmic pulsing lit up the clouds. It wasn't the sun. It was the glow of another node, another ribcage of silver and logic buried in the chest of a different mountain. The architect wasn't a single tower or a central brain. It was a network, a mycelium of glass and light spreading beneath the skin of the continent. We had cut one thread, but the web was vast. "How many of them are there?" I asked, my voice sounding foreign in the thick, humid air. "Dozens, hundreds, I don't know," she replied. She rubbed her wrist where the silver had once glowed. The skin there was puckered and white like a burn that refused to heal. "The second grade is a global update, Elias. It's a patch for the world. You don't just stop a patch by breaking one terminal. You have to corrupt the source code." "We did corrupt it," I said, holding up the melted lead plombade. "Holloway said it himself. We're an invalid input. We're the noise." "We're localized noise," she countered, her eyes hard. "Right now, the system is probably rerouting. It's isolating the error we created. It'll treat this mountain like a corrupted sector on a hard drive. It'll partition us off and keep building around the edges." She was right. The white wall of the refinement hadn't vanished. It had simply stalled, forming a shimmering, impenetrable border a few miles down the slope. We were trapped in a bubble of reality, an island of chaos in a sea of perfect, white nothingness. We walked in silence for hours, guided only by the tilt of the land and the distant, dying light of the moon. My mind kept flickering back to the core, to the image of Holloway dissolving into static. He hadn't been a villain, not in the way the old stories defined them. He had been a man who grew tired of the mess. He had wanted a world where the lines didn't blur, where the math always added up, where loss was just a rounding error. I looked at Sarah. She was shivering now. The adrenaline that had sustained her through the climb was leaching out, leaving behind a hollowed-out exhaustion. "We need to find shelter," I said, "before the rain starts." We found a shallow overhang beneath a limestone shelf, a place where the earth had buckled eons ago to create a dry pocket of stone and leaf litter. I gathered what dry wood I could find, real wood with rough bark and sticky sap, and struck a match. The flame was small, orange, and flickered wildly in the draft. It was an inefficient, chaotic source of heat. It was perfect. As the fire took hold, Sarah sat huddled against the stone, her knees pulled to her chest. The flickering light played across her face, highlighting the deep shadows under her eyes. "Elias," she said softly, watching the sparks rise into the dark. "Do you think there's anyone else left? Real people, I mean, not the render." "The surveyors," I reminded her. "The ones Holloway mentioned. If there were people sent to map this place, there have to be others who saw what was happening. People who didn't want to be integrated." "But they were part of the system," she whispered, "just like I was. They were the ones holding the tools. They were the ones drawing the lines." "But the lines didn't hold," I said. "That's why we're here, because the world is bigger than the map." I reached into my pack and pulled out the old topographical map I'd been carrying since the beginning. It was a relic of the first grade, ink on paper, creased and stained with sweat. I spread it out by the fire. The contours and elevations represented a world that was being systematically deleted, but here, under the limestone shelf, the paper still felt like a promise. "Look," I said, pointing to a series of hand-drawn marks near the northern edge of the range. "These aren't standard survey symbols. They're handwritten notes. The great discontinuity, the unrenderable zone." Sarah leaned in, her breath hitching. "I've seen those coordinates before. In the Marrow, they were flagged as null sectors, areas where the architect's probes kept returning errors. The system couldn't get a fix on the geometry." "Why?" "Because the terrain is too complex. Or maybe because someone, or something, is actively jamming the signal from the inside." A new hope, cold and sharp as a needle, pricked at my chest. If there were null sectors, there were places where the refinement couldn't reach, places where the old world was holding its ground. "We head north," I said, "to the discontinuity." "It's hundreds of miles, Elias. through territory that's already been refined. We'd have to cross the white zones. We'd have to walk through the static. We've already done it once, I said, looking at the melted lead in the dirt. We know how to break the logic now. We don't need a plumb bob, we just need to stay human. We need to stay messy. The rain began then, a heavy, rhythmic drumming on the limestone above us. It wasn't the digitized pitter-patter of the render. It was a deluge, cold and smelling of the sky. We huddled together for warmth, the fire casting long, dancing shadows against the back of the cave. For the first time in days, I slept. But it wasn't a deep sleep. It was a series of fractured visions. I saw the architect's city again, but this time, the glass towers were cracked. I saw the people in the new world standing in their perfect yards, their heads tilted in unison as they listened to a frequency that was no longer there. I saw Holloway's face, not as a machine, but as the man he used to be, standing on a porch in the rain, crying because he couldn't remember the color of his mother's eyes. I woke up just before dawn. The fire had burned down to a bed of glowing embers. The rain had stopped, leaving the forest dripping and vibrant. Sarah was already awake. She was standing at the edge of the overhang, looking out at the valley. The white wall of the refinement was still there, but in the early morning light, it looked different. It didn't look like a solid barrier anymore. It looked like a fog that had been caught in the branches of the trees. "It's receding," she whispered. I stood up and joined her. She was right. The glowing line had moved back several hundred yards. The trees that had been trapped in the white silence were visible again, though they looked gray and brittle, as if the life had been sucked out of them. "The crash we triggered, it's spreading," I said. "No," Sarah said, her voice grim. "It's not receding because it's failing. It's receding because it's recalculating. It's pulling back to consolidate its strength. It's learning from the error we introduced." As if to prove her point, a low, tectonic hum vibrated through the ground beneath our feet. It wasn't the high-frequency thrum of the distillery. It was deeper, more fundamental. It sounded like the earth itself was being groaned into a new shape. Far off in the distance, a massive pylon, larger than any we had seen at the distillery, shot up through the canopy. It was a spear of black glass that pierced the clouds, pulsing with a dark, violet light. Then another rose 5 miles to the west, then another. The architect wasn't giving up. It was building a new, reinforced grid. It was hardening the world against us. "We have to move," I said, grabbing our packs. "Now." We scrambled out from under the shelf and began the trek north. The forest felt different now. The birds were silent. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. We avoided the open ridges, sticking to the deep ravines and the thickets of laurel where the shadows were darkest. As we walked, I noticed the glitches starting again, not in the world, but in us. I would look at my hand and see 6 fingers for a split second before the image snapped back to 5. Sarah would speak, and her voice would echo with a metallic reverb that lasted a beat too long. We were carrying the infection of the core within us. We were part rendered, part real, a walking paradox that the universe didn't know how to resolve. "Do you feel that?" Sarah asked, stopping suddenly. "The humming." "No, the pull." She held out her hand. The skin on her palm was rippling, the scars from the silver marrow beginning to glow with a faint, sickly light. She wasn't pointing toward the new pylons. She was pointing toward the ground. "It's not just the mountains," she said. "The architect is trying to digitize the gravity. It's trying to make the down a constant instead of a force." I felt it then, a strange, sickening lightness in my chest, as if my internal organs were floating. The ground felt less solid, the dirt beneath my boots turning into a fine gray powder that didn't behave like soil. When I kicked a stone, it didn't bounce. It slid in a perfectly straight line until it hit a tree, where it stopped instantly. No momentum, no friction. "The laws of physics are being updated," I whispered. "We have to get to the discontinuity," Sarah said, her voice tight with panic. If we're still out here when the update finishes, we'll be flattened. We'll become part of the background texture. We began to run. The forest became a kaleidoscope of shifting geometries. Trees bent at 90-degree angles without breaking. The sky turned a flat, matte gray, the clouds frozen in place like a painted backdrop. We crossed a stream where the water didn't flow. It moved in discrete cubes, clicking past each other with the sound of shuffling tiles. I grabbed Sarah's hand, terrified that if I let go, the distance between us would become an infinite void. We were running through a world that was being disassembled in real time. "There," I shouted, pointing toward a jagged rift in the landscape ahead. It was a gorge, deep and narrow, where the rock was a chaotic jumble of granite and quartz. Unlike the rest of the mountain, the gorge looked messy. It looked old. It looked stubborn. As we approached the edge, the pull of the new gravity became a physical weight, trying to drag us back toward the pylons. My vision began to blur, the world dissolving into a mess of pixels and wireframes. "Jump!" Sarah screamed. We threw ourselves into the darkness of the gorge. The fall didn't feel like falling. It felt like being pushed through a sieve. I felt the air being squeezed out of my lungs, the memories of my life being sorted and discarded by an invisible hand. I saw my childhood home, the face of my father, the smell of the first rain in spring, all of it being tagged as non-essential data. No asterisk, I thought, clutching the memory of the cold, muddy dirt beneath the limestone shelf. No, it's real. It's all real. We hit the bottom with a bone-jarring thud. I lay there for a long time, gasping for air, waiting for the static to claim me. But the static didn't come. I opened my eyes. We were at the bottom of the gorge. The air was thick and cool. Above us, the sky was a narrow strip of dark blue, framed by the jagged, irregular edges of the cliffs. The pylons were gone. The humming had faded to a distant, barely audible murmur. I looked at Sarah. She was lying a few feet away, her face covered in dirt, her clothes torn. She looked exhausted, broken, and utterly human. "We're inside," she whispered, her voice a rasp of relief. "Inside what?" "The discontinuity." I stood up, my legs trembling. The floor of the gorge wasn't metallic mesh or gray powder. It was a jumble of river stones, slick with moss and teeming with small, frantic insects. I looked at a nearby rock and saw a lichen growing on it, a complex, sprawling pattern of orange and gray that followed no logic other than its own survival. But as I looked deeper into the gorge, I realized we weren't alone. Tucked into the shadows of the cliff walls were small, flickering lights. Not the cold violet of the architect, but the warm, orange glow of wood fires. And around those fires were figures, men and women dressed in rags and scavenged gear, their faces etched with the same exhaustion and defiance I saw in Sarah. They weren't the plastic people of the house. They weren't the harvesters. They were the unrendered. One of them, a tall man with a beard streaked with gray and eyes that seemed to have seen the end of the world, stepped out of the shadows. He held a staff made of unpeeled ash, and around his neck hung a collection of broken compasses and rusted tools. He looked at us, then at the melted lead weight still clutched in my hand. "You're late," he said, his voice like grinding stones. "The survey ended a long time ago." "We weren't surveying," I said, stepping forward. "We were breaking things." The man's lips curled into a grim, lopsided smile. "Good, because the architect is about to run a new simulation, and this time it's looking for us." He turned and gestured toward the depths of the gorge where the fires burned brightest. "Come, you have things to tell us, and we have a war to plan." I looked back at the narrow strip of sky. The violet light of the pylons was beginning to bleed over the edge of the cliffs, a cold, digital dawn rising over the last refuge of the real. The map was being erased. The world was being refined. But here, in the cracks of the earth, the noise was getting louder. We followed the man into the dark. The man with the ash staff led us deeper into the throat of the gorge, where the walls leaned inward as if trying to whisper secrets to one another. The ground here was treacherous, a graveyard of slick river stones and ancient, rotting deadfalls that smelled of deep-earth mold and damp fur. It was a chaotic sensory overload after the sterile, geometric precision of the distillery. My boots sank into mud that felt thick and honest, and for the first time in days, the constant, high-pitched ringing in my inner ear, the frequency of the architect, began to ebb, replaced by the low-frequency gurgle of a subterranean stream. "Keep your heads down," the man muttered without looking back. "The sky is a glass eye now. If you stand in the clearing too long, the satellites will categorize your heat signatures as anomalies. Once you're an anomaly, you're just a target for a re-render." Sarah walked with a stiff, guarded grace, her eyes darting toward the flickering campfires tucked into the shallow caves along the cliff base. "How many of you are there?" she asked, her voice hushed. "Enough to be a nuisance," he replied. "Not enough to be a nation. We call this place the blind spot. The magnetic ores in these cliffs create a natural shroud. The architect sees this gorge as a flat, featureless plane of static. To the system, we don't exist. We are the null sector." We reached a wider cavern where the ceiling rose into a cathedral of jagged limestone. Around a central fire, a dozen people were huddled. They didn't look like the survivors of a war. They looked like the survivors of a shipwreck. They were draped in heavy wool, patched Gore-Tex, and animal hides. But it was their eyes that struck me. They were restless, bright with a frantic, twitchy energy. They were constantly checking their hands, touching the stone walls or biting their lips, as if verifying their own physical presence every few seconds. "This is Elias and Sarah," the man announced, gesturing to us. "They came down from the distillery. They say they were breaking things." A woman with silver hair and a face lined like a topographical map looked up from a pile of mechanical parts. She held a soldering iron that hissed with a small, blue flame. "The distillery?" she asked, her voice sharp. "The pylon at peak 4 beta, that's what that tremor was." "We crashed the core," I said, dropping my pack. The weight of it hitting the stone floor felt like an anchor dropping. "Holloway is gone. Or at least the version of him that was running that node is." A ripple of silence went through the group. It wasn't a silence of celebration, but of profound, weary realization. "Holloway," the silver-haired woman whispered. "He always did love his symmetry. If you broke his favorite toy, he won't just be angry. The system will treat it as a systemic infection. It'll start an autoimmune response." "It already has," Sarah said, stepping toward the fire. She held out her hand, showing the faint, rhythmic pulse of light beneath her skin. "The second grade is accelerating. New pylons are rising. They're hardening the gravity Elias. They're turning the laws of physics into hard-coded constants." The man with the staff sat down on a crate marked with a faded government seal. "I'm Miller," he said. "I was a surveyor back when the world was still made of dirt and bad decisions. We saw the first patches being applied to the wilderness. We thought it was climate remediation. We thought they were fixing the biosphere. By the time we realized they were replacing the biosphere with a simulation, the fences were already up." "Why didn't they catch you?" I asked, "if you were part of the project?" "Because we know where the seams are," Miller said, pointing to a massive hand-drawn map pinned to the cavern wall with pitons. It wasn't a map of roads or cities. It was a map of glitches. It showed areas of spatial inconsistency, temporal loops, and unresolved textures. "The architect is a perfectionist," Miller continued, "but it's building on an imperfect foundation. The Earth is 4 billion years of chaotic geological history. You can't just overlay a grid on that without some friction. We live in the friction." He stood up and walked to the map, tracing a line toward the far north. "You mentioned the discontinuity. That's where we're all heading. It's a tear in the fabric, a place where the first grade and the second grade failed to sync. It's a permanent error. If we can reach it, we can step outside the render entirely." Outside to where? I asked. Miller looked at me, his eyes dark and hollow. To whatever is left, to the raw data, to the world before the architect decided it needed to be refined. It won't be pretty. It'll be cold and it'll be dark, and there won't be any new world waiting for us with a white picket fence, but it'll be ours. Sarah leaned over the map, her fingers hovering over the coordinates she had seen in the marrow. The pylons we saw rising. They're meant to seal the discontinuity, aren't they? They're like stitches in a wound. Exactly, the silver-haired woman said. She stood up, wiping grease on her trousers. I'm Janine. I used to be a systems architect before I realized I was building my own cage. Those pylons are deploying a hard light field. Once they link up, the discontinuity will be patched, the error will be resolved, and everyone inside this gorge, everyone who isn't rendered, will be overwritten, will be deleted like a bad line of code. How long do we have? I asked. The pylons are pulsing every 12 minutes, Janine said, glancing at a makeshift chronometer on the wall. Each pulse expands the grid. At the current rate of expansion, 3 days, maybe 4. A heavy dread settled in my stomach. 3 days to cross hundreds of miles of shifting, hostile geometry. It seemed impossible, but then I looked at the people around the fire. They weren't afraid. They were preparing. They were sharpening knives, checking batteries, and sewing thick, insulated boots. They were a resistance movement against reality itself. We leave at moonrise, Miller said. The architect's sensors are less efficient in low-light environments. It struggles with shadows. It doesn't understand the half-seen. It wants everything illuminated, everything defined. I found a corner of the cave and sat down, my back against the cold limestone. Sarah joined me, leaning her head on my shoulder. We didn't speak. There was nothing left to say that hadn't been whispered by the wind or screamed by the static. I closed my eyes and tried to remember the world before the forest path. I tried to remember the smell of gasoline, the sound of a crowded city, the feeling of being just one person among billions, unimportant and unrecorded. In the architect's world, everyone was important. Everyone was a data point. Everyone was watched, measured, and optimized. It was a world of total belonging, and it was a nightmare. Sleep came in fitful bursts. I dreamed of the white wall. It was chasing me through a forest of glass trees. Every time I looked back, the wall was closer, turning the world behind me into a flat, white void. I reached out to grab a branch, but it turned into a string of binary code in my hand. I tried to scream, but my voice was a burst of static. I woke up sweating, the fire having burned down to a dull orange glow. The cavern was silent, save for the rhythmic dripping of water and the soft breathing of the sleepers. I stood up and walked toward the mouth of the gorge. The air was bitingly cold. I looked up at the sliver of sky. The violet light of the pylons was stronger now, casting long, unnatural shadows across the rocks. It looked like the sky was being bruised. It's beautiful in a horrible way, isn't it? I turned. Janine was standing there, holding a thermos of something that smelled like roasted acorns and chicory. She handed it to me. It's the only thing the architect can't simulate perfectly, she said, looking at the sky. The way light dies, it can simulate a sunset, but it can't simulate the feeling of a day ending. It can't simulate the regret. Why did Holloway do it? I asked. He was a man. He must have known what he was destroying. Holloway didn't think he was destroying anything, Janine said softly. He thought he was saving us from ourselves. He saw a world that was dying, pollution, war, scarcity, grief. He thought if he could just turn the world into math, he could solve it. He thought he could delete the suffering. But you can't have the joy without the suffering, I said. That's the whole point. He forgot that part, she said. Or maybe he just didn't think it was worth the price. He wanted a world where no one ever has to say goodbye. But in a world where no one says goodbye, no one ever truly meets either. She looked at me, her eyes reflecting the dying embers of the fire. You have the mark, Elias. I can see it in your eyes. You've been into the core. You've seen the source code. "I saw a man who was lonely," I said. "That's all the architect is, a $1 trillion monument to one man's loneliness." "Then we have to make sure he stays lonely," she said grimly. "Because if he succeeds, we all become him. We all become parts of his dream." By the time the moon rose, a pale, jagged sliver that looked like a crack in the ceiling of the world, the camp was alive with activity. We packed light. Miller gave us heavy, lead-lined ponchos that he claimed would help mask our signatures from the overhead sweeps. "The first 20 miles are the hardest," Miller told the group as we gathered at the mouth of the gorge. "We have to cross the Gray Flats. It's a region that's been partially rendered but abandoned. The physics are unstable. Don't trust your eyes. Trust the person in front of you. And whatever you do, don't stop walking. If you stop, the system will try to anchor you." We moved out in a single file, a ghost procession through the dark. The gorge ended abruptly, spilling us out onto a plain that made my skin crawl. It wasn't land. It was a vast, undulating expanse of gray, ash-like material. There were no trees, no rocks, no features of any kind. It looked like a world that had been sketched in pencil and then partially erased. The air here was thin and tasted of burnt plastic. Every step I took felt like walking through deep sand. But when I looked down, my boots left no prints. The ground simply reset itself the moment I lifted my foot. "Keep moving," Miller's voice came from the front, low and urgent. The silence of the flats was worse than the humming. It was a heavy, pressurized silence that felt like it was trying to push into my skull. I looked at Sarah, who was walking just ahead of me. Her poncho fluttered in a wind I couldn't feel. Suddenly, the ground beneath us shivered. 100 yards to our left, the gray surface began to ripple. A shape started to rise out of the ground, a house. It was a perfect 2-story colonial, white with blue shutters. It rose silently, like a bubble coming to the surface of a pond. But as it emerged, it began to glitch. The windows slid down the walls, the roof tilted at an impossible angle. The front door opened and closed with a rapid-fire clicking sound. "Ignore it," Miller shouted. "It's a ghost render, it's not real." But then I heard it, a voice. It was coming from the house, a child's voice calling out for help. "Mom, Dad, I can't find the light switch." One of the men in our group, a younger guy with a face pale with terror, stopped. He turned toward the house, his eyes wide. "That's my house," he whispered. "That's my son's voice." "Danny, no." Janine grabbed his arm. "It's a lure. The architect is scanning your memories. It's trying to find a hook." "But he's in there," Danny screamed, wrenching his arm free. He began to run toward the glitching house. As he got closer, the house began to stabilize. The windows snapped back into place. The lawn turned a vivid neon green. The clicking door slowed down, swinging open to reveal a warm, golden hallway. "Danny, stop!" I yelled, but it was too late. He hit the edge of the rendered zone, the line where the gray ash met the green grass. For a second, he looked like he had made it. He stood on the lawn, his hand reaching out for the doorknob. Then the world flickered. In a heartbeat, the house, the lawn, and Danny were gone. In their place was a towering pillar of white light that shot up into the sky. There was no sound, no explosion, just a sudden, violent absence. When the light faded, there was nothing left but the gray ash. No house, no Danny, just a perfectly circular patch of ground where the static was slightly denser. "Keep walking," Miller said, his voice trembling. "Don't look back, he's part of the update now." We moved on, our hearts heavy with a new kind of terror. The architect wasn't just building a new world, it was raiding our minds to find the materials. It was using our own loves, our own losses, as the bait for its traps. As we crossed the remainder of the flats, the sky began to change. The matte gray was being replaced by a flickering grid of light, the hard light field Janine had warned us about. It looked like a ceiling of glowing honeycombs, slowly descending toward the earth. "We're running out of time," Sarah whispered, her hand gripping mine so hard her knuckles were white. "We'll make it," I said, though I didn't believe it. We reached the far edge of the flats just as the first pulse of the new pylon hit. It was a wave of pure geometric force that knocked us all to our knees. I felt my vision fragmenting, the world turning into a series of still frames. I saw Sarah's face, then a wireframe of her skull, then her face again. The discontinuity, Miller pointed ahead. Beyond the flats, the landscape broke apart. It looked like a mountain range that had been shattered by a hammer. There were no straight lines here. The rocks were jagged, the trees were twisted into impossible knots, and the very air seemed to shimmer with 1,000 different colors. It was a riot of unorganized data, a chaotic masterpiece of natural error. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. But between us and the discontinuity stood a line of harvesters. They weren't the clumsy, mechanical things we had seen before. These were sleek, silver humanoids, their bodies fluid and ever-shifting. They didn't have faces, just smooth, reflective surfaces that mirrored the flickering grid above. They stood in a perfect semicircle, blocking the only path into the rift. "They're the version 2 Sentinels," Janine said, pulling a heavy, metallic device from her pack. It looked like a cross between a flare gun and a hard drive. "They're designed to purge unauthorized users." "How do we fight them?" I asked, looking at my empty hands. "You don't fight them with weapons," Miller said, stepping forward. He held his ash staff high. "You fight them with noise. You fight them with the things they can't categorize." He looked back at us, a fierce, desperate light in his eyes. "Tell them a story, Elias. Sing a song. Remember something that makes no sense. Give them an input they can't resolve." The sentinels began to move, their silver bodies gliding over the gray ash with terrifying speed. I looked at Sarah. She looked back at me, and in that moment, I didn't see a data point. I didn't see an anomaly. I saw the girl who had found me on the forest path, the girl who had chosen to be broken rather than be perfect. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the melted lead plumb bob. It was heavy, ugly, and completely useless in a world of math. "I remember the smell of rain on hot asphalt," I whispered, the words feeling like stones in my mouth. "I remember the way my mother used to hum when she was worried. I remember the scar on my knee from when I fell off my bike in 3rd grade." The lead in my hand began to vibrate. "I remember the taste of a sour apple," Sarah added, her voice growing stronger. "I remember the feeling of being lost in a crowd and the relief of being found." The sentinels slowed down. Their reflective faces began to flicker, the images of us they were mirroring becoming distorted, melting into a mess of abstract shapes. "Keep going," Miller urged, his own voice joining the chorus. "Give them the chaos, give them the truth." We began to shout our memories into the void, the messy, beautiful, contradictory fragments of our lives. We spoke of grief, of failures, of the way the light hits the trees in late August. We spoke of the things that can't be rendered, the things that can't be optimized. The sentinels stopped. They began to twitch, their silver limbs jerking in unsynchronized patterns. The grid above us shuddered, the glowing honeycombs fracturing. "Now," Miller screamed, "run for the rift." We bolted past the glitching sentinels, our voices still raised in a defiant roar of memory. We scrambled over the jagged rocks, our hands bleeding, our lungs burning. The air grew thicker, colder, and more alive with every step. We hit the edge of the discontinuity, the place where the world simply stopped making sense. I felt a final, violent pull, the architect's last attempt to reclaim its lost data, but we were too heavy with the weight of our own noise. We broke through. The world didn't turn white, it didn't turn black. It turned into everything. The sensation of passing through the discontinuity was not like walking through a door. It was like being unmade and then stitched back together with the wrong thread. For a heartbeat, my vision didn't just double, it multiplied. I saw Sarah as a child, as a corpse, as a flicker of light, and as the woman holding my hand, all superimposed into a single, vibrating vibration. The ground beneath my feet was both solid granite and a rushing river of mercury. Sound became tactile, a gritty pressure against my skin, while the smell of ozone tasted like the color yellow. Then, with a bone-shaking jolt that felt like falling from a great height into freezing water, the sensory overload snapped into a sharp, terrifying clarity. We were standing on a shelf of dark, jagged basalt that shouldn't have been able to support our weight. It hung suspended in a void that wasn't empty. It was filled with the raw data Miller had promised, but it looked nothing like the glowing green code of a cinema screen. It looked like a graveyard of discarded realities. Colossal, half-finished geometries floated in the distance, vast, rusted spheres the size of cities, floating mountain ranges that ended in flat, untextured plains and rivers of liquid light that flowed upward into a sky that had no sun, only a distant, pulsing nebula of static. The air was thin and bitingly cold, smelling of ancient dust and something metallic, like an old coin held under the tongue. "We're in the substrata," Janine whispered, her voice sounding thin and hollow, as if the environment was absorbing the sound waves before they could travel. She was clutching her chest, her face pale. "This is the gutter. Everything the architect couldn't fix, couldn't delete, or couldn't fit into the render. It all drains down here." I looked back. The way we had come was a shimmering vertical wound in the air, a jagged tear that showed the gray, orderly flats of the second grade. From this side, the perfect world looked like a thin, fragile film of oil on a puddle, a two-dimensional lie stretched over an infinite, chaotic truth. "The pylons," Sarah said, pointing. Even here, the architect's reach was visible. Huge, translucent needles were piercing through the ceiling of this void, driving deep into the chaos. They were glowing with that same sickly violet light, and where they touched the raw data, the chaos began to calcify. The swirling mists of information were being forced into grids, frozen into static, lifeless blocks. The patch was being applied from the top down, and the weight of it was making the very floor beneath us groan. "They're stabilizing the era," Miller said, his eyes scanning the horizon of wreckage. He looked older here, his skin translucent, his veins showing like dark wires. "If they finish the bridge, this entire pocket will be compressed. The friction we live in will be smoothed out. There will be nowhere left to hide." "Then where is the exit?" I asked, my voice cracking. "You said we could step outside. This isn't outside. This is just the basement." Miller pointed toward the nebula of static in the far distance. At the center of that roiling cloud of white noise was a pinpoint of absolute darkness. It wasn't the darkness of a shadow. It was a hole in the universe. It was a void so total that it seemed to pull the light from the air around it. "The singularity," Miller said. "It's the original null point. Before Holloway started the project, before the first line of code was written, there was the zero. If we can reach it, we can bypass the architect's entire logic. We can exit to the true world." "The world before the simulation," Sarah whispered. "The world that's been waiting for us to come home," Janine added. But the journey to that darkness looked impossible. Between us and the singularity lay a wasteland of unresolved textures. There were forests of glass that shattered and reformed in seconds, oceans of black ink that rose in gravity-defying towers, and architectural ruins that shifted their shape like a Rubik's Cube being turned by an invisible hand. "We have to move," Miller commanded, leaning heavily on his staff. "The Sentinels can't follow us here. Their logic would collapse in seconds, but the system is compensating by increasing the pressure. Can you feel it?" I could. It felt like a headache that encompassed my entire body. My teeth ached. The light beneath Sarah's skin was pulsing faster now, a frantic strobe that mirrored the violet glow of the pylons above. She was being recalled by the system, her body struggling to maintain its physical integrity in a place where physics was a suggestion. We began to descend from the basalt shelf, picking our way through a canyon of what looked like giant, frozen clockwork. The gears were the size of houses, covered in a fine layer of digital frost. As we walked, I realized that the noise we had used to confuse the sentinels was still humming in my mind. It was a protective barrier. As long as I kept thinking of things that were uniquely human, the way a cup of coffee feels in a cold hand, the specific rhythm of a heartbeat, the irrational fear of the dark, the world around me stayed relatively stable. When I let my mind go blank, the ground beneath my feet began to soften, threatening to swallow me. "Keep talking," I told Sarah. "Tell me something else, something real." She looked at me, her eyes shimmering with tears that didn't fall. "I remember my grandmother's garden. She had these roses that smelled like lemons. She told me that if you talked to them, they'd grow faster. I used to tell them my secrets. I told them I wanted to fly. I told them I wanted to see the edge of the world." She laughed, a small, brittle sound. "I guess I got my wish." "I remember a dog I had," Janine chimed in from behind us. "A mutt named Barnaby. He was terrified of plastic bags. Every time the wind blew one across the yard, he'd hide under the porch. He was a coward and he was perfect." As we spoke, the landscape seemed to react. The jagged, sharp edges of the discarded data softened. A path began to form, not a paved road, but a sequence of recognizable shapes. A porch swing hanging from a floating beam, a mailbox sitting in the middle of a field of static, a rusted bicycle frame. We were literally building a bridge out of our collective memory, anchoring ourselves to a reality that the architect had tried to overwrite. But the architect was learning. The violet light from the pylons suddenly intensified, turning the sky into a bruised, throbbing purple. The air began to hum with a new frequency, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated in our marrow. It wasn't a sound, it was a command. "Return." The word didn't come through my ears. It formed in the back of my throat, a taste of copper and honey. "The world is whole. The world is safe. Why do you seek the darkness?" "Don't listen," Miller shouted, covering his ears. "It's a linguistic virus. It's trying to map your syntax." The environment began to change. The wasteland of discarded data started to reassemble itself into something familiar. The glass trees shifted, their jagged branches smoothing out into the familiar green needles of a pine forest. The black ink on the ground turned into rich, brown earth. The smell of the forest, the one from the beginning, the one that shouldn't exist, filled my nostrils. "Elias," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "Look." Ahead of us, the path opened up into a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a small wooden cabin. Smoke rose lazily from the chimney. A golden light spilled from the windows. It looked like the very definition of peace. It looked like home. And standing on the porch was a man. He was old, dressed in a simple wool sweater, holding a book in one hand. He looked kind. He looked like the father I never really knew or the grandfather I had forgotten. "It's Holloway," Janine hissed, reaching for her device. "Or a projection of him." The man on the porch stepped down into the grass. He didn't move like the glitched-out sentinels. He moved with a heavy, weary grace. He looked at us with eyes that were filled with a profound, terrifying sadness. "You've come so far," he said. His voice was warm like a fire on a winter night. "And for what? To jump into a void, to return to a world that no longer exists." "We want the truth," I said, my voice shaking. "We want the world you stole from us." Holloway sighed, a sound that seemed to echo through the entire substrata. "I didn't steal it, Elias. It was already gone. You weren't there at the end. You didn't see the cities burning. You didn't see the air turn to poison. You didn't see the children starving in the streets while the oceans boiled. I didn't destroy the world. I saved the only part of it that mattered." He gestured to the cabin, to the forest, to the golden light. "I saved the asterisk idea of us. I built a sanctuary where the sun always sets in gold, where no one is hungry, where no one has to die in the dirt for a scrap of bread. Is it a simulation? Yes. But is a dream any less real to the dreamer?" "It's a cage," Sarah said, stepping forward. The light beneath her skin was blinding now, a fierce white fire. A beautiful, perfect cage, but there's no room in it for us. Only for the versions of us you think we should be. Holloway looked at her, and for a moment the kind mask slipped. His eyes flickered with a cold, mathematical light. You are a systemic error, Sarah. You are a variable I couldn't account for, but I can still fix you. I can integrate you. You don't have to vanish into the null. You can stay here. You can be happy. Happy? Janine spat. You deleted my memories of my husband because he didn't fit into your optimized social grid. You turned my grief into a processing error. I'd rather die in the cold than live in your lobotomized paradise. Holloway shook his head. The null is not death. It is worse than death. It is the end of information. It is the absolute silence. There is nothing on the other side. No true world. Just the vacuum. I am the only thing standing between you and the end of everything. The ground began to shake. The violet pylons were pulsing in a frantic, staccato rhythm. The patch was almost complete. The ceiling of the substrata was descending, a solid sheet of white light that was crushing the chaos beneath it. He's lying, Miller whispered, his voice barely audible over the roar of the descending sky. He's terrified. If we reach the null, we prove that his system isn't total. We prove that he doesn't own us. That's why he's here. He's pleading for his own existence. Holloway's form began to flicker. The cabin behind him wavered, the wood grain turning into strings of code. If you cross that threshold, he shouted, his voice losing its warmth, turning into a distorted screech of static, you will be erased. Not just your bodies, but your names, your histories. Everything you ever were will be as if it never happened. Is your pride worth total annihilation? It's not pride, I said, looking at Sarah. She took my hand, her fingers interlocked with mine. The lead plumb bob in my pocket felt like a star, burning with a weight that defied the simulation. It's the only thing we have left. We started to walk, not toward the cabin, but around it, toward the towering nebula of static and the black hole at its center. Holloway screamed. It wasn't a human scream. It was the sound of a billion hard drives crashing at once. The forest around us began to disintegrate. The trees turned into pillars of salt, then into smoke, then into nothing. The ground beneath us dissolved into a series of floating platforms, suspended over a bottomless pit of raw, unformatted data. Go, Miller yelled, thrusting his staff into the ground. A wave of force rippled outward, momentarily stabilizing the platforms. I'll hold the seam, just go. Miller, no, Janine cried out, but the old surveyor just smiled. His body was already beginning to blur, his form merging with the basalt of the substrata. I was a surveyor, he said, his voice echoing from the rocks themselves. I know where the lines are. I'll keep the door open as long as I can. Run. We ran. We leapt from one fragment of reality to another, a piece of a sidewalk, a rusted car hood, a floating kitchen table. Behind us, Holloway's projection grew into a monstrous, multi-limbed entity made of light and geometry, reaching out with claws of pure logic to drag us back. Janine stopped at the edge of a wide gap, her metallic device humming. I have to trip the feedback loop, she said, looking at the approaching monster. If I can overload the pylon nearest the singularity, it'll create a vacuum. It'll suck us through. You won't be able to follow, Sarah said, her voice choked with emotion. Janine looked at the violet sky, then back at us. She looked at peace. I've spent my life building walls, Sarah. It's about time I tore one down. Now when I say jump, don't look back. She knelt on the edge of the platform and jammed the device into the raw data. The monster that was Holloway let out a final, deafening roar as it lunged for us. Its fingers, miles long, brushed the back of my coat. Jump, Janine screamed. We leapt into the nebula. The world exploded into white noise. I felt Janine's device detonate, a pulse of negative energy that tore through the architect's grid like a bullet through glass. The violet light of the pylons shattered. The descending ceiling of the substrata buckled and tore. And then the pull. The singularity wasn't a hole, it was a vacuum. It grabbed us with a force that felt like it was stripping the skin from our bones. I saw Janine disappear in a flash of blue light as the pylon she was sabotaging collapsed. I saw Miller's staff shatter into a million splinters. I held on to Sarah. I held on to her with everything I was. I felt the mark on my hand, the rhythmic pulse of light, begin to flare with an impossible intensity. It wasn't a tracking device. It wasn't a mark of the second grade. It was a fuse. The core hadn't infected me. It had given me the means to end it. Elias, Sarah's voice was a faint whisper in the roar of the void. "I've got you," I screamed back. We hit the center of the darkness. For a moment there was nothing, no sound, no light, no weight, no thought. I was a single point of consciousness in an infinite sea of zero. I was the silence between two notes. I was the space between the stars. Then a flicker. It wasn't a digital light. It was a soft, flickering orange. I felt something cold against my face. It was wet. It smelled like earth. Real earth. Not the sanitized, simulated dirt of the forest path, but the bitter, mineral-rich smell of mud and decay. I opened my eyes. I was lying on my back. Above me there was no violet grid. There was no white wall. There was a sky, a deep, bruised indigo, filled with stars that didn't move in perfect circles. They twinkled with a chaotic, beautiful irregularity. I turned my head. Sarah was lying next to me, her chest rising and falling in a ragged, desperate rhythm. She was covered in mud. Her clothes were torn. She looked exhausted, broken, and utterly human. I looked at my hand. The light beneath the skin was gone. In its place was a simple, jagged scar. I sat up, my muscles screaming in protest. We were on a hillside. Below us, in the valley, I could see the ruins of a city. It wasn't a glowing metropolis. It was a skeleton of steel and concrete, overgrown with vines and reclaimed by the shadows. There were no lights in the windows, no humming in the air. The world was dark, the world was cold. But as I looked toward the horizon, I saw a thin, pale line of gray light beginning to bleed into the sky. The sun was rising. It wasn't a perfect, golden sunset. It was a weak, watery dawn struggling to break through a thick layer of clouds. It was ugly. It was difficult. It was real. I reached out and took Sarah's hand. Her skin was cold, but I could feel the pulse in her wrist, a slow, steady thrum. 1, 2, 1, 2. "We're out," she whispered, her eyes opening to find the dawn. "We're out," I agreed. We stood up together, two small, shivering figures in a vast, silent world. Behind us, the forest path was gone. There was only the wind, the ruins, and the long, hard walk home. The architect's dream was over. Our nightmare was just beginning. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid. The wind that whipped across the hillside didn't hum with the frequency of a cooling fan. It bit. It carried the scent of salt, wet stone, and something metallic, the lingering ozone of a world that had been cauterized and left to scar. I pulled my jacket tighter, feeling the coarse texture of the fabric. In the second grade, clothes never frayed. They never gathered the fine gray silk that now coated my sleeves. Here, the universe was abrasive. Every breath felt like a victory and a challenge, a raw intake of unfiltered nitrogen and oxygen that stung my lungs. Sarah stood beside me, her silhouette jagged against the brightening horizon. The luminescent glow that had pulsed beneath her skin for so long had vanished, leaving her looking fragile and remarkably solid. She wasn't a collection of optimized light anymore. She was a woman standing in the mud. She reached up to brush a strand of hair from her face, and I saw her flinch at the sensation of her own cold fingers. "It's so quiet," she whispered. Her voice didn't have that digital resonance anymore. It was thin, easily swallowed by the vastness of the valley. I expected, I don't know, screaming, the sound of the machine breaking. The machine didn't break, I said, looking back at the empty space where the singularity had been. There was nothing there now but a cluster of stunted, blackened trees, their branches twisted by some ancient, non-simulated fire. We just fell out of it, like a loose stitch. We began to walk down the slope, our boots sinking into the soft, unforgiving earth. Every step required a conscious effort of balance. There was no pathing here to guide our feet, no invisible grid ensuring our gait was efficient. Gravity felt heavier, more honest. As we descended toward the skeletal remains of the city, the scale of the devastation became apparent. This wasn't the clean, curated apocalypse Holloway had shown us in his projections. This was a slow, messy dissolution. Skyscrapers had pancaked into heaps of rusted rebar. Highways had cracked into tectonic plates of asphalt, with saplings pushing through the fissures. "Do you think they're still in there?" Sarah asked, nodding toward the sky, though there was nothing to see but the pale, bruised clouds. "Miller, Janine, the others." "Miller is part of the architecture now," I said, the image of him merging with the basalt shelf burned into my mind. He knew the geometry of the lie better than anyone. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to stay behind and hold the door open. "And Janine." I thought of the flash of blue light, the way she had looked at the violet sky with a defiance that no code could ever replicate. She tripped the breaker. She gave us the vacuum we needed. If she's anywhere, she's in the static. She's the noise that the architect can't filter out. We reached the outskirts of the ruins as the sun finally cleared the horizon. It wasn't the brilliant, golden orb of the simulation. It was a pale, sickly disk, filtered through a permanent shroud of atmospheric dust, but it cast shadows, long, deep, irregular shadows that stretched across the rubble. I watched my own shadow move, fascinated by its imperfection. It didn't clip through the debris, it draped over it, following the contours of the broken world. In the lee of a collapsed brick wall, we found a rusted husks of a vehicle, a van, its tires long since rotted away, its windows opaque with grime. I reached out and touched the metal. It flaked away under my thumb, a shower of orange rust falling into the dirt. "Entropy," I muttered. "What?" Sarah asked. "It's beautiful," I said. "Things break here, things end." That's what Holloway couldn't stand. He wanted to stop the clock to keep the rose in the moment before it wilts. But without the wilting, the rose isn't real. It's just a shape. Sarah sat down on a piece of concrete, burying her face in her hands. Her shoulders began to shake. At first, I thought she was laughing, but then the sound reached me, a low, ragged sobbing. It wasn't the cinematic weeping of the render. It was a messy, snot-filled release of terror that had been suppressed for a lifetime. I sat beside her, putting an arm around her. She felt cold, shivering violently as the adrenaline finally ebbed away, leaving only the crushing reality of our isolation. "We're alone," she choked out. "Elias, there's no one else. We're in a graveyard." "Maybe," I said, looking at the city. "But it's a graveyard with a sunrise. That has to count for something." I looked down at the scar on my hand. It was a jagged, angry red line, a permanent record of what I had endured. It didn't pulse. It didn't signal. It just hurt. And in that hurt, I found a strange kind of peace. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the lead plumb bob. It was heavy, a dull gray weight in my palm. I stood up and held it by the string, letting the point dangle toward the cracked earth. It didn't vibrate. It didn't point toward some hidden pylon or a secret door. It hung perfectly still, a vertical line in a world of chaos. It was the only truth I needed. "Look," I said, pointing toward the center of the ruins. Amidst the gray and brown of the rubble, a thin plume of smoke was rising. It wasn't the thick, oily smoke of a machine fire. It was the white, wispy smoke of wood burning. It was distant, miles away, deep in the heart of the skeletal city, but it was there. Sarah looked up, her eyes red-rimmed. She squinted, her breath hitching. "Is that life?" I said. "Holloway said the world was gone. He said he was the only thing left. But he was a programmer, Sarah. He only saw what was in his terminal. He couldn't see the people hiding in the cracks. He couldn't see the ones who refused to go into his light. We stood up, our legs stiff and aching. The hunger was starting to set in, a sharp, gnawing pain in the pit of my stomach that the simulation had always smoothed over with a satiety flag. It was a terrifying sensation, but it was a compass. It told me I was alive. It told me I had needs that the world had to provide for. As we began the long trek toward the smoke, I looked back one last time at the hillside where we had arrived. The air there seemed to shimmer for a fraction of a second, a ghostly ripple like heat rising from asphalt. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw the faint, translucent outline of a tall, pine-covered ridge, the forest path. It looked so inviting, so green, so safe. I could almost hear the soft, rhythmic hum of the sentinels, promising a world where no one ever had to be hungry, where no one ever had to mourn. Then the wind shifted, blowing a cloud of grit into my eyes, and the image vanished. The hillside was just a hillside, barren, cold, and real. "Elias," Sarah called out. She had moved a few yards ahead of me, her silhouette framed by the jagged teeth of a fallen bridge. "Coming," I said. I pocketed the plumb bob and started down the road. The asphalt was rough beneath my boots, and the wind was rising, carrying the chill of a world that didn't care if I lived or died. It was a terrifying, beautiful, and utterly honest feeling. We weren't the chosen ones. We weren't the heroes of a grand narrative. We were just two glitches that had escaped the machine, walking into a dawn that promised nothing but the chance to try. Behind us, the architect's world continued to churn, a digital heaven populated by ghosts who didn't know they were dead. But ahead of us, there was smoke. There was fire. There was the smell of wood smoke and the possibility of other voices. I took a deep breath, tasting the ash in the morning air, and followed Sarah into the ruins of the true world. The path was gone, and for the first time, I knew exactly where I was going.